Good morning and welcome to Operator Stadium. Please make your way to the grandstands. The show is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CAN Operator Stadium here on the festival grounds at CONEXPO in Las Vegas. I'm Jeff Muniz, and I'll be with you for the final exciting leg of the competition here of the Caterpillar Global Operator Challenge. We have 9 amazing operators set to go head-to-head here in the dirt today. So stay with us throughout the day because we have an exciting competition ahead. Now, if I can ask you to turn to the big screen behind me and hear what this Operator Challenge is all about. All right, who's ready? Now I'd like to introduce, from Caterpillar Global Construction and Infrastructure Senior Vice President, Jason Conklin, to kick us off. Jason.
Hey, thank you, Jeff, and great to see everybody out here today. We have one heck of a competition planned. On behalf of the 100,000 plus employees at Caterpillar, on behalf of our worldwide dealers, it is my honor to welcome everybody here at the Operator Stadium, each of the contestants, and to the millions that will be watching online. We have one heck of a show here for you today. 3 years ago, I was standing here in the rain. Today, it looks to be a beautiful day, and we're going to test the skill and the nerve of these 9 great men sitting in front of you. And I tell you what, I'm not too worried about them being tested because they've already been tested. This is the elite of the elite. They had to win their dealer competition. And then they went on and they thrived in the regional competitions. And today we get to celebrate these guys and what they're able to accomplish. We have any fans up there? Well, throughout the day, I'd encourage everybody, let's cheer these guys on and make this a real fun day for them. I promise you they deserve it. But let's also celebrate the operation that is the operator. That is such a good vocation and something we should all celebrate. Every morning, the men and the women, they wake up early. They don't care what the weather is. They go and they bring us our water. They make our schools and they make our world a better place. So let's make sure we celebrate them all day, because that in the end is what this Operator Stadium is all about. What a great opportunity we have. We have the world's best operators running the world's best equipment at this, the biggest stage in construction equipment, CONEXPO. So let's get this kicked off. Jeff, without further ado, let's have a great day, everyone.
All right, thank you, Jason. Now I'd like to introduce you to our host for today's competition. First, from Caterpillar, Jason Hurtis. He's joining us again.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Caterpillar Global Operator Challenge Finals. This is the Super Bowl, World Cup, and Olympics for heavy equipment operators. To make sure that this day is extra special, we have a good host with us. You may know him from his hit TV show, Dirty Jobs, his podcast, The Way I Heard It, and he's a big advocate for the skilled trades, much like these 9 operators with us today. So please join me in a big Caterpillar Stadium welcome for Mr. Mike Rowe.
What's up? How
Mike,
are you?
thanks for being with us today.
Oh my God, thanks for having me. I can't believe it's been 3 years. I mean, we were literally standing here, or maybe it was over there 3 years ago. But this is incredible. I mean, you just summed it up. Millions of people are watching this online. It's basically, we're going to find out who the king of the dirty jobbers is. You know?
Exactly.
And it's just no place I'd rather be, because there's no place on the planet right now that does a better job of combining real skill with our inner 8-year-old, right? Doing stuff we've all fantasized about doing. Well, at least I have. Anyway, thanks for having me back. It's going to be great.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Jeff, I'd like to kick it back to you. We've had him standing in the dirt. Please introduce our 9 finalists.
You bet, Jason. And folks, let's give a big round of applause for our operators as we introduce them here. Again, these 9 finalists got through their local dealer competitions, survived the regional test, and made it here to Las Vegas. So, in no particular order, but we will start with Team Asia Pacific. From Australia, Patrick Donnie. From Japan, Masato Imai. And our final competitor from Team Asia Pacific, from Australia, Nick Thompson. Now let's meet Team Europe. Back again from Germany, Sebastian Baer. From Sweden, Pontus Eriksson. And from Poland, Łukasz Makrycki. And now let's meet Team America, starting with our competitor from Brazil, Fernando Nascimento. From the United States, we've got Matt Ferris. And our final competitor from the United States, John Shedak. All right, before we get these operators climbing up into the cabs to get this competition going, we first have this very special video message from some very special people in these operators' lives.
Honestly, he's one of the best operators I've ever seen. Good luck, bud. You're gonna kill it.
Good luck, John. I love you.
All the best, Łukasz. Go and win.
Ich bin stolz darauf, dass Sebastian unsere Familie in dem Wettbewerb vertritt. Ich wünsche Sebastian viel Glück.
Hey, Patty. Best of luck in Vegas.
Pontus, from all the family, wish you the best of luck.
Eu sei que ele vai ser campeão.
Good luck, Nick. You're gonna kill it, mate. We're really proud of you. Love you, mate.
Awesome, and we are so proud as part of Team Caterpillar to have these operators with us to kick off ConExpo today. So now, if you'll turn your attention again to the big screens behind me, we want to show you what our competitors will be trying to complete in this first of 3 challenges here at the Global Operator Challenge. To walk us through that, I'm going to send it back to Jason Hurtis.
For our first challenge today, they're going to have to load a bucket with the 950 wheel loader and take it over to target, payload into that truck. Then they need to drop the bucket, connect to a set of forks, pick up and place the tire tree. And then for step 5, pick up the tires from the trench box. Step 6, deliver and hang those tires onto the tree they just assembled. For step 7, ground the forks and finish. So it'll be an interesting competition. Operators, are you ready to roll? Staff, let's get them in position and let's start challenge 1. Good luck, gentlemen.
All right, folks, our first operator's ready to climb up into the cab and get this competition going. So let's give a big round of applause from Germany and Team Europe, Sebastian Baer.
So the first part of this, they'll go ahead and they have to make 2 passes or 2 trips around. And they're using the payload system on the Cat 950. So that's in the machine, and it'll tell them exactly what the weight of that bucket is on each and every pass.
What makes it a challenge? I mean, why is this hard in layman's terms?
What makes it a challenge, or why is it hard, is a lot of people in the past, they would just grab a bucket full of material and take it to the truck and load the truck. Then they'd get to the outbound scales and they'd be too heavy or they'd be too light. So the truck would have to do what we call a recycle. Have to come back, tip off, get more material added, and it was a waste of time. It was very inefficient. So the payload screen takes a lot of that inefficiency out, lets the operator know exactly what the payload is in the cab on each and every pass.
So every time you see something fall out of the bucket, that's bad.
That is bad.
Right, and so the course is deliberately lumpy with speed bumps, so he has to negotiate his speed with his carefulness, go too fast, spill too much, but you're also timing him for the whole thing as well.
They have an 8-minute maximum time to complete each challenge. So all the challenges are time-based, Mike. They get a time for operation. How long did it take them to do all the operations and segments that we asked? And then they can incur any penalties along the way. So if they're off on their target payload, that's a penalty. If they hit a cone, knock one of the balls off, scrape the bucket on the ground as they navigate, that's a penalty as well.
And what are the consequences of doing this? Is it physical violence, or we just deduct something?
We just add time and add points.
I see.
And as great as these 9 operators are, a couple infractions will make the difference between first, second, and third pretty quickly and easily.
So this guy's Sebastian, not his first day at the rodeo.
No, he's got 35 years of experience. He actually competed in the 2020 Global Operator Challenge that we had here in Las Vegas, and he was able to return for the 2023 event.
I still can't believe it's been 3 years.
Yeah, I know. Been a long, it's almost like a timestamp anymore. You got, oh, that was before COVID, or this is after COVID.
But it's weirder than that. It's like sometimes it feels like it's been 3 months, and other times it feels like it's been 9 years. But whatever, here we are again.
Yeah. So he'll go in for his second pass, and then he'll have to switch over to the forks. Just to keep things interesting and make it like a real operation for an operator, when we brought him out here yesterday, the whole field was smooth. So this morning when they walked in, we put in the moguls and everything last night. So they went to bed thinking, oh, I can travel across here pretty fast. It's a nice smooth track. But because, you know, things change on a job site every day. They got to be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome on the fly.
Well, how long did it take you guys to put this whole stadium thing together from the ground up?
The whole stadium, I think MC Squared, our stand builder, I think they told me they're out here February 8th starting. And we spent 2 nights setting up all the challenges, getting everything laid out, getting everything tested and ready for this morning.
So what's he doing right now?
So he's using what's called tip-off, because we gave him a target payload where he cannot go in 2 full buckets. So the operator needs to decide, do I go in 1 heaping bucket and then tip off at the pile to get my target payload on the second pass, or how does he measure and balance that for his operation? So what he saw him doing there was he got a bucket full of material, was using the payload screen and enabled tip off to pile to tip off the material he doesn't want to take to the truck and get just the accurate payload that he needs to deliver to that actual payload.
It's kind of mind-boggling when you think, it wasn't that long ago when there was no tech in the cab at all, right? I mean, you're basically out there with a bucket, scooping it up, eyeballing everything.
Yep.
So, like, what's the overall impact of all the tech on efficiency and productivity and et cetera?
It's double-digit gains in both efficiency from a fuel standpoint, because again, it costs you time and fuel to load the bucket, and if you're inaccurate, you're just wasting money. the productivity has gone through the roof because, again, he's delivering the exact payload that we asked him for. No less than, no more than. So that truck doesn't have to worry about a recycle or anything like that. It can go out the gates as soon as that loader's done attacking it. So now he's got to disable the bucket, disengage the bucket, and he's going to go over and grab those set of forks sitting there on the berm. And then you'll need to start to build the tire tree. Most of the time, those forks are sitting on a nice flat spot for you, but they're supposed to be the best. We put it on the ramp, make it a little bit more of a challenge.
So do you think there's an advantage in going first versus middle of the pack versus last? And how do you determine who's first? You flip a coin or what?
We take the 9 operators and we randomly assign them. The thing that we do try to do is if you go first on one challenge, you'll never go first again. And if you go last, you'll never go last again. So to try to mix it up for the different operators and through the regions. So that's the trunk of the tree he just grabbed with the forks. Now he's got to go set it over in the Christmas tree stand. You notice that there's some orange tabs on the bottom. They got to be fully seated within that stand. And just because I'm not a very nice guy, they have about a 1/4 inch gap between the tree and the stand.
So this is all your design?
All the team's design. How we build these is we put the experts in a room, give them a whiteboard, and throw some things against the wall, see what looks right, see how it turns out. Then we go to a testing phase where we test it, and then we tweak it and we alter it. And then we finally say that's good enough for a challenge. Let's see how it rolls.
Do you really go through all that? Or do you just go to the local pub and sit down and say, you know, it would be fun?
The teams have always asked if I would give them beer. It'd probably be more creative, but we can't really do that on CAT property. So
No, that's frowned on. But it is Vegas.
It is. So you can see he's got to perfectly match that to get those tabs to drop all the way in through that tree, which is a great match of the finite skill of the operator, the precision of how you run the hydraulics, as well as the torque, the balance of the machine. And again, that's up on a slope at that height on purpose to make it more difficult for the operator to fully get that seated down in there.
Well, when you talk about technique, you just kind of glazed over it there, but like how much of it is intuitive, like truly feel? Like in terms of singularity, is he thinking right now, do this, or is he somehow melding with the machine?
I think with the experience level of these operators, I think it comes intuitively to them. Again, we run 3 different machines and we do that on purpose. We're not looking for the best wheel loader operator in the world or the best excavator operator in the world or the best backhoe operator. We're looking for an operator that can get on different machine platforms, different technologies, use their skill set, their experience that they developed over years, and put it into different type of applications. Told you it was a 1/4 inch. That's pretty mean, isn't it?
That is, yeah.
There he goes. It's
there
possible.
It is. So we don't have any relative terms yet to compare this to. We got to see what the other guys do, but
yeah.
Did that strike you as facile, impressive, slow, fast, what?
Well, I'm thinking they might have timed him out. Again, he's got 8 minutes to complete all the challenges, so you got to be a little bit quicker, and I think he spent a little bit too much time trying to get that down in there perfectly. So
that's the 8 minutes. He's done.
Yep, we'll line up the next operator. So.
Yeah, Mike and Jason, let's give one big round of applause here for Sebastian Bear, our first competitor in the Fork and Loader Challenge.
Going first is always tough. Joust Nygam had to go first in 2020.
Yeah.
And his loader time of 5:31 stood all day.
So he set the mark.
He set the mark.
Hey, by the way, what do you think of this outfit? I went with the Canadian tuxedo today. Feeling pretty good about it.
I'm not sure I know what a Canadian tuxedo looks like, but I think you look good, Mike.
It's denim on denim, baby.
My girls say that's illegal, that you can't wear denim on denim.
I think it's frowned on, but it's Vegas. Man. Who cares?
So we'll go ahead and do a reset here. We'll pull the articulated truck around. It's going to dump in the front. And then we're going to have the 982 refluff that pile. So that the pile consistency is important. So nobody has banked material to dig in. The material will be the same for each and every operator, so they have a fair and equal opportunity. We're not trying to make the material harder or more dense for one operator compared to another operator. So
did you just say he's going to refluff the pile?
Yeah.
That guy up there?
No, the 982 over here.
Oh, the 982, okay.
He's our fluffer for
He's the fluffer. That's a heck of a job, man. I mean, it's a dirty job. It's a classic dirty job.
It is.
A fluffer at CONEXPO.
Yeah. We have all the CAD expert DIs in the machines helping us reset. So again, everything is uniform and consistent across all the 9 different competitors.
When did you guys start doing this?
721 days ago.
No, I mean the whole global operator thing. Like 721 days.
Sorry, I was keeping track. 2020, we had 486 days to get ready. This time I had 721 days. The first Global Operator Challenge we held globally was in 2019 we started. So our local dealers signed up, participated, and they would test these 9 operators and other operators. And then we moved to a regional event, which is hosted at Caterpillar facilities, where we stress and test them again to get to the finals. So this particular time, Mike, we had 10,000 operators sign up. We had 5,500 participate at the dealer level. Then we narrowed it down to 84 operators to come to the regional level to get to the final 9.
I mean, so the acceptance rate, really, I mean, if you're looking at this, like, you started with what, 10,000?
10,000.
Down to 9. I can't do the math, but I know that, like, Navy SEALs have a 6%, right? Like 6 out of 100.
Yep.
You know, Green Berets like 5, Deltas like 4. Getting into Harvard's 4%. This is like 0.00009 something. This is the most elite club of people on the planet, except for maybe the Wienermobile drivers, which are also incredibly elite. Something else you might want to look into.
Setting up a Wienermobile challenge or something like that for them?
Yeah, man, those things are amazing. 27-foot-long hot dogs. You ever parallel park a 27-foot tube steak? It's incredible.
So our staff members are going to verify the machine settings, make sure the machine's set up the exact same way for each and every operator, because the operator does have the ability, you know, to adjust the seat, adjust the mirrors. There's all kinds of different settings in that machine, ease of use features, auto shift, ride control, that the operators use to adjust that to their particular applications. So for this particular machine, we've set up what the base settings will be, explained that to the operators, and told everybody you will start with these same 16 set parameters.
Right.
You're free to adjust, but everybody's starting with the same 16. So if the previous operator made a change or changed anything in that machine, we set them all.
It all goes back to the baseline.
Same starting playing field. Looks like we're getting ready for number 2.
I've been ready for number 2 all my life, Jason.
I hear you.
You set them up, I'll knock them down.
So you see all the black shirts out here, Mike? We have 108,000 people at Caterpillar. If you want to know who the best of the best at CAT are, they're out there in the dirt in the black shirts. That is our challenge staff. They are product application specialists, system application specialists, market professionals, senior market professionals from all around the world.
And not afraid to get dirty.
None of them. None of them are afraid to get dirty. We were talking last night about 2026 if we were going to do this again, and all 19 said, I'll see you here.
It's great. Oh, it's like Dirty Jobs. The thing's been on the air 20 years. 20 years. All right,
Jason
so
and Mike, you can see that our second competitor has climbed up into the cab and started the competition. Our second competitor today is from Australia, Patrick Donnie. Let's give it up for Patrick.
Patrick's a unique individual, Mike. He's actually Irish, but competing in Australia because he's living and working in Australia right now. So.
Have you been down there, Australia?
A couple times.
It's a trip, man. I got stuck in an opal mine down there once.
What's that?
Stuck in an opal mine.
In Australia?
Yeah.
What was that like?
It's not good. Not good, man. They lower you down in the shaft, about the size of a manhole cover, about 80 feet deep. And you're looking for opal in the, you know, between the sandstone and the soapstone, and the dirt's brushing against your shoulders, and you go lower and lower and lower, and you look up, it's a little tiny dot of blue up there.
Are you claustrophobic by any chance?
I wasn't. I am now.
You are now. So pass one's complete. If you look at the height of those cones as well, Mike, we've made them different heights. The ones with the balls on it, they have to have their linkage lower than those balls, or otherwise it's a penalty. They have to keep it at a safe carry height without touching the ground.
Because in the real world, that could be a water pump, a kid. I mean, it could be anything.
Could be anything. And again, it's an unsafe. You see a lot of times the operators will have the boom all the way up in the air and try to run and navigate. That changes the center of gravity of the machine, and that makes it for an unsafe operation. So they're measured on multiple things throughout the challenge. Obviously performance, how well they can maneuver, how well they can get the payload to target to our hopper. And then all the finite skills of placing the tree and those objects.
Is there anything subjective about the evaluation process, or is it all just data-based?
We've tried to take all the subjectiveness out of it. So they have all the challenge staff have their penalty sheets, and they know exactly what we're looking for. We showed those all to the operators yesterday in their language, explained what we were doing, what we wanted them to do, where they could be penalized, and how much those penalties were. And we do that at the last minute to try to take some of the gamification out. I mean, these guys are smart enough to go, well, if that's a 60-second penalty and I go really fast, I can still make it up in time.
Right.
So we try to catch them on everything they could possibly think about and make it a fair and competitive event.
Did you say gamification before?
Yes, gamification.
I don't know that that's a word, Jason.
I'll have to Google that later.
We'll Google it right now.
I had to Google some other stuff. Do you know that the maximum pressure for a basketball is 8.5 PSI?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. All the basketballs are exactly 8.5 PSI.
Why did you want them at maximum pressure?
So they're a little bit bigger.
So the slightest touch, and off they go.
Yep, it'll bounce them off.
Did you overinflate any? Blow any up?
No, but you know how hard it is to find somebody that has a certified and calibrated pressure gauge?
No.
I called 6 tire companies before I found one that had certification and would give me a certification paper back that all the balls were at 8.5 PSI.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one? Way to give them a plug.
It was a little tire company in my own town, actually.
All right, so here we go.
I actually have the certification paper on every single basketball here.
So where's the timer? We look up. Is there a place to see the elapsed time in the stadium here?
No, not in the stadium here. Each challenge has one challenge lead that's responsible for making sure that the operator's ready, that the site's ready, that the machine is ready to go. And then that lead is supported by 4 to 5 timers and judges. Ah, he got that in there.
That was quick.
Nice job.
Look at that.
Now he's got to go back and hang the 2 tires on the tree. And just to continue to make things fun, that's the longest set of construction forks that we have. They are 96-inch or 8-foot long tines. Just changes the visibility and makes things a little bit different for the operator sitting in the cab.
Longer the tine, the more difficult the maneuver, typically?
Yep, and the tires could also slide back on them, which is going to make it more difficult to hang up on the tree.
Which just happened.
So for this part of it, the requirement is they just have to get the tire to stay on the tree. They don't need both lugs on there. They can have one lug. They just got to get the tire to stick on the branches of the tree itself.
And what are we simulating here in a real-world scenario?
In a real-world simulation, it would be setting pipe, delivering pipe to an excavator, delivering a trench box, culverts, any type of those things that are quickly and easily used on a mid-sized wheel loader like this in any job site around the world.
Man, that thing turns on a dime, doesn't it?
40 degrees of articulation, left to right.
It's like a dime.
It is a dime. This one has a steering wheel in it, but we also have machines that have joystick steering that make it even quicker and easier and more efficient for the operator. There, look at that. You got
man.
both of them on there.
God, like it had eyes.
Yeah, let's hear it for Patrick.
Now he's got to back in, ground the forks, and time will stop.
He's quick.
That was a nice run.
That was a good run, man.
All right, folks, let's give it up for Patrick Gotti as he comes out of the cab.
I think now that we got 2 runs, in, I think we're going to start taking some unofficial times, Mike, so we
Excellent.
can see where they're at.
I bet that last one was close to 7.
I probably don't have as well of a calibrated eye as what you do, but that would be my guess, somewhere in the 7-minute range. But we'll start running an unofficial stopwatch, and we'll see how they do from here.
Fantastic.
Do a little cleanup on aisle 5 with the skiddy.
Where's our fluffer?
Fluffer's backing in right there. We got our 317 with the TRS system, which is a tilt rotator on the front there that's going to reset for the tree itself.
What's with the numbers, Jason? Why is it a 317? What is it, like an area code somewhere?
Yeah, exactly. It's like an area code.
I mean, really, why?
All of our loaders are a 9. They start with a 9 and have a number after it. Most of the excavation products start with a 3. And for an excavator, the second number is the metric tons of that machine. So a 317 is an excavator that's 17 metric tons. A 315 is an excavator that's 15 metric tons.
And why are they metric tons? Why not just tons?
Most excavators are internationally built.
You think we're ever going to go metric over here? You think we're going to take the plunge?
I don't know. Didn't we try? Was that Reagan that we tried to do metric? And we're kind of half breeds, I think now. Like all of our engineering specs and all of our engineers talk in metric. A lot of our customers still talk in English. If somebody says, "Hey, Jason, that place is 1 kilometer away," I still can't visualize that.
Right.
They say it's a mile. I kind of get what a mile is.
I remember I was in the 5th grade and the teacher had a big banner in front of the classroom that said, "We're going metric." Explanation points. By the end of the year, I was like, no, we're not. I don't think it's going to happen.
We never made it. And that's the other thing we asked all the operators on. We asked them in an email and then confirmed it when they were here of what type of control patterns they like and what units they like to run in.
Really?
Because we can change all that in the machine. If you remember in 2020, we had 2 Cashman techs that had to come out and change the control pattern. Russ and his son Cody had to use a laptop to change it. Now all that's done inside the cab. So you have SAE style controls or ISO style controls for excavation products, and then obviously metric or English needs to be changed in the monitor, because if we ask you to dig 2 meters, that's a little bit different than 2 feet.
Yeah.
So we have to have the ability to change all that information for the operator in the cab.
Because if there's a pipe down there, or a cable, or any number of things you probably don't want to hit, you know, it's good to, there's a difference between a meter and a yard.
And we'll get to things buried underground that we don't want them to hit a little bit later this afternoon.
Because I'm doing that call before you dig thing. I've been working with those guys for years.
The 811?
811, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we called them, but we called them too late, so they didn't come and do any locates.
That's the call after you dig campaign.
That's right.
To apologize.
Well, we'll get our number 3 competitor for the wheel loader challenge ready and set up.
Up there. We look like a couple of professional hosts. It's us, yeah. This is about the easiest gig I've had in the last 20 years, honestly. It's almost embarrassing.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I'm not crawling in pipes. I'm not dangling off some crane. I'm just sitting here sipping coffee and talking to you. I love it.
But you had to do all that stuff to get where you're at today.
All right, so our guy with his fist in the air, he's the one who's going to determine, right, when this starts.
That is Scott Schmickall. He is the lead for the wheel loader challenge, and he is the one throat to choke on this one. He controls the readiness, make sure the staff is ready, make sure the operator's ready. We got a safe course to run on. Just gave him thumbs up. He's ready to go.
Tick-tock.
All right, we have our 3rd competitor out on the course, and that is Mr. Matt Ferris from here in the United States.
I saw Matt compete at our regionals in Clayton, North Carolina. Pretty excited to watch him run on this one. He's a pretty good operator. Plus, I don't think Matt's ever had a bad day in his life.
Really?
He's always smiling, always happy.
Oh, that makes me very suspicious.
Although he's not really smiling right now.
No.
I think he's concentrating right now.
I imagine he is. How would you do on this run? Have you done it for grins?
We've tested all of these, yeah.
Yeah?
Schmickall's a heck of a lot better at it than me. I struggled with the tire tree. That's the weeder of this challenge. That's the tough spot.
I believe it'd take me about an hour to get through this thing.
Well, the reason we want to test and do that, we'd use different skill levels of operators, and we do that on purpose. So we kind of get a bracket or a benchmark.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so our expert operators from Edwards and Tanaha that are out here supporting us today, they may finish these challenges in 5 minutes. You know, and then an operator like us may take a little bit longer to get it completed and finished. So that kind of gives us hey, we know we can do it in 8 minutes, you know, with a world-class operator, but yet someone that's not as familiar with the wheel loader or the controls or something like that could still do it in a safe amount of time. So
we're going to have a total of how many challenges throughout the day?
Three different challenges. So
3 different, right?
All 9 operators will compete on the wheel loader challenge, then we'll move into a backhoe challenge, and then we'll move into an excavator challenge. At some of our other events, we've had to do a shotgun start just because of the numbers, to try to get the numbers to filter through, but for 9, we're going to let them all complete each challenge. So So again, Matt's tipping off, watching the payload screen, getting it to his target payload.
And what is that target again?
8 to 9 tons. It's a 1 ton target. So we were pretty generous on the payload. And there was a lot of applications and quarries and mines where they wanted to 500 pounds or, you know, a half ton before they'll let them out.
This is really close. I mean, this is really close. So is there a screen on the inside? I mean, you got like a backup camera and things like that?
Yep, there's a backup camera in all these machines. Most of them have the bird's eye view or a top view 360 camera like you have in your cars or trucks now.
How does that work, by the way? I still haven't figured out what kind of magic or necromancy is going on.
There's multiple cameras that kind of stitch the whole screen together into one so you can see all your blind spots. We have object detect in these machines as well, so much like your car or truck, the closer you get to an object, it'll turn from green, yellow to red and start beeping louder. That doesn't stop my wife from backing into a pole, but at least she heard the sound before she hit it, which is always good.
Is your wife here?
No.
That's probably best.
She's probably watching online, and my phone will probably blow up here in a minute saying, "Don't talk about me."
Yeah, maybe not tell 2 million people that I backed our car into a hole. Same length tines for everybody?
Yep. 96-inch, 8-foot long tines, and we set and fixed the spacing. So they couldn't change the spacing to adjust the tires to, or adjust the tines to something that they wanted different. They're all fixed.
Now, what did he just do there?
I don't know. You dropped the tires.
Put the tires down.
Oh, he forgot to do the tree first.
Oh, of course.
I even missed that portion.
See, I'm here to ask the hard questions, Jason.
Oh, that slid all the way back. He's going to have to be really precise on the controls now to get that set in there.
Because it's swaying so much?
Yeah. And as he goes to knock that off, he's going to be fighting the tine length the whole way. See how he's trying to feather it to get it down closer to the end of the tine to get it to release?
Mm-hmm. 1/4 inch. Oh, that's pretty good, though.
Yeah, I might have been a little bit mean on that 1/4 inch, but it's doable. Oh, he got it too. Now, if he can get out of there without the tines pulling it back out, he'll be all set. Oh, why'd he pull it out? I guess he didn't like how it looked. It looked good from here.
Looked pretty good from my angle, too.
I would have taken it.
Yeah, when the clock's running, you gotta settle sometimes for good enough.
And I think that's the hardest part for these operators. You know, they're used to being in a cab out on a job site by themselves. They're not used to having 19 black shirts judging them, you and me talking about them, and all their fans and family watching them as well. So I think a lot of it comes down to being able to control their nerves almost as much as their skill and ability to operate machines. That's also why I run the challenge when nobody's around.
Well, it's not forgiving, you know. I mean, just the slightest.
He got it. He got it again. He got it in there twice. So just get out of there, Matt. Go get the tires. You'll be good.
How's your time looking?
Oh, man, I got to talking and I didn't sit.
Oh, you didn't set
Come
the
on,
timer.
Ronnie.
Unbelievable, Jason. One job.
One job and I failed at it. Don't let me forget to do it next time.
Yeah. I think we're 7 minutes in. He's going to have to hustle.
he would have had almost a perfect run if he would have grabbed the tree before the tires. But
That's pretty good.
I got confidence in him. I think he's going to make it.
Going to be close.
Well, Matt, swing that in there, drop it, and go, buddy.
Boom. There it is.
Get out of there. Nice done. Nicely done, Matt.
Those things go pretty fast, man. What's top speed on that thing?
24 miles an hour.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, 24 miles an hour.
Let's give it up for Matt Ferris as he comes out of the cab.
See? He's smiling again, Mike.
Always happy, that guy.
He's never had a bad day.
I mean, it was fun last night. Had a chance to meet most of the guys. They're here with their families. They're here with friends. It seems bigger this year in that regard.
It is a lot bigger. They brought a lot more of their family and friends with them, which is awesome. I mean, a lot of them brought their sons and daughters with them, and again, that's what we're after with a lot of the global operator challenges, to highlight what an operator is and the skills and talents that it takes to hopefully attract new people to the career path.
Well, that's really what I want to talk to you guys about more and more. It's just, this is such a great thing that's happening, and to be able to take it out into the world, right? And get it in front of kids and people who are considering a career in the trades. I just think it would be super effective, a really effective way to get more people to think about it, because the shortages you guys are dealing with right now are kind of huge, right?
And they're getting bigger every day.
I read, and I think it's true, I hope it's true, I've been saying it for years, but for every 5 tradespeople who retire, 2 replace them on average. It's been going on like that for 15, 20 years. It's bad math.
I've worked with customers all over the world, and if you ask them what keeps you up at night, what's your number one pain point, it's finding, training, and retaining skilled labor.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. A lot of fleet managers, crew foremen, 5 o'clock in the morning, their stomachs get tight because they don't know who's going to show up today and what type of crews they're going to have. And
yep.
And it's everywhere. It's not just a North America thing. It is truly a global thing.
But some countries, they've got it figured out in a different way, like Germany, and it still has that guild system that seems to be working. Switzerland, South Korea,
Yep.
the trades are elevated over there in ways that, I'm not so sure we do anymore.
Well, if we do, I'm not sure we do a great job of it.
Well, we took shop class out of high school, right?
We did.
And that sent a message to a lot of people that might not have been a great message.
And a lot of people.
One of your overinflated basketballs is rolling around over there, just saying.
Yeah, the wind blew it off.
So if the wind can blow it off, that's how sensitive. They're just teetering there, waiting for the slightest mistake.
Yep. So again, if they got too much ground speed, they could also knock a ball off without touching it. It's all right. Peter Soder's got it. Peter's my brother from Germany, market professional. See how accurate he placed that on that cone?
Good for you, Peter. Nice work out there. Great ball technique. How many people, you reckon, are at CONEXPO this year?
We have heard from AEM that it's a record.
Really?
That they sold out every exhibit space available, and the attendance is the highest that they've ever seen. So
it's not 200, 250, 300,000.
I would guess in the 300s.
There's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people. And I mean, even looking around, walking from our display, to and from transport, yeah, it's a lot bigger than what I remember it being in 2020. All right, I will not forget our unofficial stopwatch this time, Mike. This is...
We should have got ourselves some big heads.
I can probably have one made for you.
Would you?
Is this operator number 4 coming up on the wheel loader challenge?
Look at that, man. That's a support group right there.
Look at the team there from Japan, ready to cheer on our 4th competitor, Jason and Mike. Up there in the services hub. Boy, I tell you, you talk about the big crowds. If you just look around CAT Operator Stadium right now, 4 or 5 people deep at least, checking out these operators.
They're rock stars, man. They are the rock stars of their industry.
And our next rock star, as you say, Mike, is now in the 950 cab. And that is Masato Imai from Japan and Team Asia Pacific. Let's give it up for Masato.
He was telling me he likes the wheel loader. He lives in a place in Japan that it snows a lot. So they use wheel loaders for removing snow and getting the snow off the road so his family and friends can get to work every day.
Yeah, you don't think about it snowing over there, but they got a ton of snow. You ever been over?
Japan? Yes. Yeah. Tokyo, Chichibu.
It's in Hokkaido. Way north.
That
That's where it snows.
Way north? Okay.
Yeah, Hokkaido, Honshu, Kyushu. Pretty close. So if he touches a cone, is that a demerit, or you have to knock
Correct.
it down?
Nope. You touch a cone, you carry it too high. Those are all potential penalties that the staff can mark them down on. We changed the location of those moguls there, in case you were wondering, because our safety people were. Mike Rowe's going to be sitting right there. You want to slow them down before they come in. So.
Yeah, you can't assume that kind of risk.
In our original plan, we had them right here in front of you because I thought that'd be kind of a wow factor, and we kind of slid them to slow them down before they got to you.
Well, you know, when you have a B-list celebrity of this caliber, you know, why take chances, right?
Exactly. I couldn't take any chances.
Hey, Jason, I just want to say thank you for the big berm you put right in front of me, so.
Always wanted to protect you, Jeff. You're out of the way, buddy. You're good to go.
You bet. I got a great bird's eye view of this entire stadium. Listening to you guys, it's been a lot of fun.
Where's Jeff?
I'm up here.
He's standing behind the excavator up there.
Oh, there he is behind the excavator. All right. He gets around, that guy.
That's just between you and me and you there, Mike, okay?
The man behind the berm.
They were a little upset with me when they did all their cameras placements and stuff. We didn't have the 317 up there for the reset, so.
Uh-oh.
There's Masato cutting right in front of his big crowd of fans that have come here to the U.S. to watch him compete today. This is awesome.
So he'll get his second pass on the bucket part. Again, you'll probably see him tip off using the payload screen, making sure he's getting the right payload in that target range that we've asked him for. So again, he's not wasting time taking material to the truck and then weigh in and going, oops, now I got to go all the way back to the pile, dump off,
right,
and reset it. He can do all that here without wasting time, increasing his efficiency and his production of the machine as well as the job site.
So what is the penalty exactly for knocking a ball off? Or do we, like, how is it assessed?
There's different penalty ranges for different things. So if they're off on payload, we weigh that heavier because that's an important part of the challenge.
Right.
Course infractions are usually about 30 to 60 seconds, depending on the challenge. All the penalties, the things that we're looking for are different on each challenge, other than safety. Safety is consistent across all the challenges. So if they didn't wear their seatbelt, if they didn't use 3 points of contact, if they didn't face the machine climbing up and down, normal safety things that operators are exposed to every day, they're penalized for that. So a lot of what we're looking for is what they have to do on a job site every day. Nothing's really different or unique. They should be ready for 3 points of contact, wearing my seat belt, all the safety things. And
it really is a state of mind, the whole safety.
It is.
I mean, it's not a thing you can just check off. It's just a thing. Safety always made more sense to me than safety first.
Well, in our industry, the number one area for an injury is on and off machines.
Is hopping off a machine?
Is climbing up a machine, climbing down off a machine. That's where most people get a slip, trip, and fall and get injured.
See, that's a terrible story. You know, how'd you do that to your ankle? I fell out of a machine. You know.
We had people at the regional event that did absolutely great on a challenge and got so excited that they would jump off the machine when they were done. And you just see everybody kind of get deflated because
penalty.
You know, that's a 60-second penalty you took, and you know, you just kind of lose what you're thinking about. Now he has the opportunity to grab the tree again, and
sure.
He's going to take the time out, take the penalties from there, or come around and get it at a better angle.
Tricky.
It is. You got to control the power of the machine, the ground conditions, the balance, the placement. I think if that was a $10,000 manhole.
Is there such a thing?
Yep.
A $10,000 manhole?
Yeah, those big cast concrete manholes. You drop one of them, damage it, it gets expensive.
I guess it does. We had a pretty good job this season. Did a manhole rehabilitator job. Guys go down in the hole and they spray this, like, looks like foam, but it hardens. It's harder than concrete. And then they put some other treatment on it, and basically they're extending the life of manholes by 50 years at a time. You should incorporate that into your next challenge.
A little spray foam challenge along
Yeah,
with
why not?
That's really a job?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Family operation, father, 3 sons, and his wife. And they got more work than they could do. They go all over the country rehabilitating manhole shafts.
Well, I suppose it's probably cheaper and more efficient to do that than it is to pull it out and break up the road, close the road, etc.
Much more. Uh-oh. He missed the tree.
Yeah, he dropped her. Man, he was having an awesome run, too.
650. So he's got a great time, but he didn't hit the marks, so.
We'll take some penalties on that.
Gonna take some penalties, yeah.
Well, as Masato Imai comes out of the cab, let's still give him a big round of applause. Jason, I think it just shows the challenge of these competitions that they're having to battle out here today. These are the best of the best going at it. A big salute from his crowd. That's great. We appreciate you being here today.
Well, we'll get the reset done again, and we'll get operator number 5 into the cab for the operator challenge wheel loaders section, and we'll be all set. In case you're wondering, we put a piece of PVC pipe in the ground so that tree's in the exact same spot at the exact same height for all the operators.
I was wondering.
I figured you were looking over there, and I figured you were wondering how that was working out.
It's scary the way you can read my mind, Jason.
Lonnie's on a mission. He's got that 6-foot stride going.
Lonnie does take big steps.
It's very difficult to walk next to him.
I bet.
Like we travel together, walking with him in an airport, I'm exhausted by the time we get to the gate, just keeping up. My short little fat legs, they just don't move as fast as his long ones.
Okay. Now, does he walk on the moving walkway, or is he one of the guys who just stands there?
I think he goes to the moving walkway because of me. Otherwise, I think he'd bypass it, but. .982 will refluff that pile, so it's the same consistency as the others. We're checking the tree. We do have extra parts. Hopefully we don't need any extra parts today.
Well, you guys do the parts thing pretty well. I know that.
We try to. We're on 193 countries, 156 dealers. We got it covered, I think.
And for those here at CAT Operator Stadium, just head on over to the Services Hub. They'll tell you all about parts. Pretty cool interactive display inside there. So take your time as we're even between runs here of our first challenge here in the Global Operator Challenge. Take a look around CAT Operator Stadium. Lots of cool people to meet with, Jason. We have 200 plus show workers from Caterpillar on site. They can tell you about anything and everything when it comes to Caterpillar construction here.
Did you see how Jeff picked up on your parts queue and ran with it there?
It's the mark of a true professional.
It is.
Just proves he's listening. He's not just mailing it in, he's thinking.
Did you know he used to be on TV?
I didn't know that. What did he do?
He's a meteorologist.
No kidding.
Yeah, he was on the local news.
Jeff, what are the odds it's going to rain today?
Do you want the real answer, or do you want me to give the answer that Jason wants me to give?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, I mean, as a meteorologist of some acclaim, I think your credibility is, on the line here, so I'd go with the truth.
Well, you remember, Mike, as a meteorologist, you can be wrong like 30% of the time, right? And still keep your job. So unlike these operators, I was able to stay in the business for quite a few years by just trying
hedging
to be as
your
good
bets.
as I can.
Yeah, that's partly cloudy and partly sunny.
That's right. You always go with a partly cloudy 30% chance of rain. That's always the standby. But out here in Vegas, that would not fly very well. I think it rains less than 30 days a year out here and no more than 4 inches of rain. So,
I mean, what is the point of a weatherman in Vegas, with respect, honestly? Like, what do you do? It's sunny again. It's going to be hot.
Yeah, you want to definitely advise the folks about putting on the sunscreen and, staying cool when it gets really hot. It's one of the best jobs in meteorology, Mike. That along with San Diego.
Yeah, sure.
Well, how come it always seems to rain when I come to Vegas, Jeff? Is it me or what is it?
I think it's just they want to make the operator challenge just even more of a challenge, right? They want to get it even dirtier out here, right? Get a little mud on the ground, possibly.
Dust control.
Yeah. We don't want anybody getting sneezy out here or anything like that with dust.
Well, what would we do if it really started to rain? Because that would impact everything from your whole fluffer situation over here to the consistency of the dirt. You'd have guys, right? Would you account for that, or would we keep going?
We would keep going because the operator could account for that inside the machine with the payload system. So even if it was wetter material and heavier material, he could still move the same amount of material.
Well, how would that impact us? We'd be sitting out here would there be umbrellas? We have people assigned?
I would venture a guess somebody would probably put an umbrella over you, Mike.
Right.
And I would be sitting out in the rain with the rest of my staff, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, our 5th challenger is in the cab and off and running, and that is Fernando Nascimento, and I can see the Brazilians right across from me. Let's give him a big round of applause as he gets going here.
Fernando Nascimento.
He's got the funnest name to say about all the competitors.
Nascimento, yeah, that does roll off the tongue. That's nice.
took the poor guy 48 hours to get here.
Oh, I heard he had the travel day from hell. 2 flights canceled.
Yep, I think I would have said, nah, I'm staying home. I don't think I would have waited in an airport 48 hours.
48 hours in an airport just to get here and do this. So yeah, I'm pulling for him. Yeah, I finally got 3 million miles on United.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do they give you for 3 million miles on United?
You know, you're supposed to get like lifetime, whatever it is, global, some sort of status. But a week before I got it, they raised it to 4 million. So now I'm just a guy with 3 million miles, nothing to show for it.
They were probably thinking Mike's getting close. Let's raise the target again. And
Yeah, he's getting close, right?
I didn't make it to America South when he competed there in Piracicaba, Brazil at our regional, but I've seen some videos, and you watch him, he's really consistent and really smooth.
So how many of these regionals go on? We kind of glossed over that before, but the guys who are here, they've gone through a fair amount of rigor and elimination.
They had to participate at our dealers at the local event on at least 3 challenges. And then we brought them to the regional event. We had one in Piracicaba, Brazil, Chichibu, Japan, Clayton, North Carolina, and Malaga, Spain. And they had to compete on 3 challenges there again to make it to this level.
And you're filming all of these? We have all this on video somewhere?
Yes. Yep, we film it all.
I'm telling you, you're sitting on a gold mine. Edit that stuff together, put in some snappy music. That Discovery will buy it.
Well, a lot of the entry video you saw was all from our regional events, different portions of the different regions around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's obviously all kinds of cameras. I think Casey told me we have 36, 38 different cameras running today.
Really? We got 3 on dirty jobs, sometimes 4. Most of them don't even work.
He spilled just a little bit, not much though. He'll be all right. Deliver his second pass, then he'll switch over to the forks, grab the tree and set the tires.
Came in pretty hot there, didn't he?
Trying to make up some time, he did all right. He can't overload that 730 though, so we're good. You know, we always talk about pass match and things like that with our products where you want to do everything in 3 to 5 passes.
Mm-hmm.
Again, for this, it's a 2-pass challenge, getting 8 to 9 tons, so we got plenty of capacity left in that 30-ton articulated truck. Plus, we have people right there on the other side, so if they did throw material, we didn't want to, you know, be like a Gallagher concert and get somebody all full of dirt.
So again, the 7 refers to the truck, the 30 to the tons.
Correct.
The metric tons.
30 metric tons on those. We got 730s, 735s, 745, 740 ejectors.
An ejector.
Yeah, instead of being a tipper,
Yeah.
where the bed comes up, an ejector has a plate in it, and the plate slides and ejects the material out the back. So it's
Not the driver.
not the driver.
Not the operator.
We try not to eject any drivers at any given time, no. All right, Fernando, get that tree in there.
You cold? You want a jacket? A sweater? Cardigan?
Nah, I'm all right. My
All right.
body temperature's up a little bit. It'll come down at 3:30 though. Trust me.
Nice. Boom.
I think at the end of the day, all the operators are going to really hate me for that quarter-inch gap. They're probably going to wish it was a little bit bigger.
Well, your job is not to make friends, Jason. It's a challenge, right?
It is a challenge. We're the 9 best in the world. And we've seen that it is possible. So we did it in testing. We had one operator today get it in, 2 of them got it in today. So
yep.
we're doing good. It's just finding the right angle and the right balance of everything, and it'll slide in there. Remember in college, you'd always take a course, and one of them was called the weeder course.
Weeder.
At least we had that in engineering. That was trying to weed out people. like thermodynamics 4
sure.
is my weeder. Why did I have to take that, and what value do I ever see out of that? None. That was the weeder course.
The weighing and the measuring.
Yeah.
Separating the wheat from the chaff.
I think the tree is the weeder on the wheel loader course today. That's going to separate the operators out.
There it is.
Got it.
Yeah, let's give it up.
Back out of there without pulling it back out, and you'll be all set. Yeah, I've never been asked about thermodynamics, and I've never had anybody ask me to find the area under a curve since I've left college. Why is that?
Well, I blame Newton. I mean, I think it was the second law of thermodynamics that posits that we're living in a disintegrating universe. Entropy, right, eventually catches up to all of us. Now, what you do with that information as a practical matter, I agree. There's not much there. But cocktail party chatter, this kind of thing, it gives you something to talk about.
Oh, he must have hit the 8-minute mark. They're going to time him out.
The 8-minute mark?
Yep.
So at what point do we get a sense of rankings and scores and things like that?
We'll post the scores after the first challenge, then after the second challenge, but we won't after the third challenge, because we're going to hold that for the awards ceremony for you at the end.
Got it.
All right, as Fernando Nascimento comes climbing down from the cab, let's give him a big round of applause. Jason, we are halfway through now our first round of the Global Operator Challenge. So one of the 3 challenges we have, we're halfway through it. So,
well, you cue in operator 6, Jeff. I can't count above 5. So,
well, we're heading back to Europe, and Pontus Eriksson will be our 6th competitor. So they're going to obviously reset the course, as you've been talking. And get ready for Pontus to climb in to that 950.
You know, Jeff, when you go through life with a name like Mike or Jeff or Jason, you don't really realize just how simple things are till you come across Pontus. And you think, man, if somebody yells Mike, 50 people turn around and look. Somebody yells Pontus, you know who you're talking to.
That's right. He can go by one name, right? Like Cher.
Exactly. Madonna. Cher, Madonna, Pontus.
Is that why your mom's always use your middle name?
I think so.
Especially when you're in trouble?
My mom actually named me Zach for 24 hours. First 24 hours of my life, I was Zach.
Really?
Yeah. My dad had a premonition he was going to have 3 sons. And he told my mother this in like 1961. And he said, I want to name them, I swear this is true, Zachary, Ezekiel, and Zebediah.
Wow.
And my mother was like, yeah, right, whatever. But then she had me, and she started thinking, you know, Zach's, it's pretty great, but Zeke is tough, and Zeb is non-starter, right? So she said, you know, if he's right, we're going to have to make changes now. So anyway, she changed my name 24 hours in. But my dad was right. He had 3 sons. But instead of Zach, Zeke, and Zeb, we're Mike, Scott, and Phil.
Kind of a drastic change from where you started.
I think sometimes, you know, what life would have been like. I mean, do you think we'd be sitting here right now if your name was Pontus and my name was Ezekiel? Like, with the names that were given, would they change the trajectory of our choices?
It's possible.
Who knows?
I was supposed to be Gunther.
Gunther.
Yep, my sister was supposed to be Gretchen.
That's a little too precious, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Gunther and Gretchen.
That was my dad's idea. My mom's idea was Jason and Heidi, and that was going to be it.
And that's the way it's going to be. Hey, Jeff, if your name was Gunther, you think you still would have been a meteorologist?
I don't know, but you know, I'm the youngest of 3 sons from my mom and dad.
Yeah.
And my dad did radio in St. Louis, and when I was born, he worked at a country radio station, and Paul Muniz just didn't come across country enough. So I was born, and he went with Paul Jeffries as his name. He'd bring me into the studio every once in a while because I always had a knack for the business. And I always laughed because he would say, oh, my son Jeff's with me here in the studio today. And they had to think, you named your son Jeff Jeffries?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That would impact you going through life. It's like the old country, the Johnny Cash song, Boy Named Sue.
Yeah, there you go.
I think we just found a nickname for Munoz. We're going to call him Jeff.
Jeff.
Jeff. Well, since we're talking, you know, science and math, like, you can just call me Jeff Squared then.
J2. Who's got time for
J2? There we
J2.
go. That'll stick.
Yeah, I actually like that one. I'll stick with that one.
You're welcome. And now with tonight's weather, here's J2.
I love it.
You ever been up in one of those things, Jason, that tall?
Sorry, I had somebody in my other ear, Mike. I can't be like you where I multitask in both ears. Sorry.
I'm asking important. Have you ever been up in one of those?
Not that high, but yes, I have been in a skyjack before. I don't know if I could do that that high.
The pucker factor is real.
You been in one that high?
Yeah, with the cameraman. About that high too, yeah. I don't recommend it.
All right, folks, you just heard the horn honk. And you know what that means? Pontus Eriksson from Sweden. He has started the Fork and Loader Challenge. Let's give it up for Pontus.
Pontus is our youngest.
Yeah, how old is he? How young is he?
He's operating with 11 years of experience, so he's the newest or the youngest experienced operator in the group.
So he's at least 11.
I think he said he started operating when he was 4 or 5, so. But we only counted the experience since they were over 21, you know, to be legally compliant.
Sure.
And then Sebastian, on the other end of that, has got 35 years of experience, and the average is 19. So we're pretty proud of that fact, too, where we're getting some veterans, but yet we're attracting new ones to the challenge and letting them highlight their skills here as well.
But do you think there's a greater benefit than experience in terms of, you know, whatever attributes you're bringing to this thing?
I think experience plays a lot of it. I mean, You can do a lot of training. You can do training in simulators. You can do operator training, but I don't think anything beats being in the cab and having your butt in the seat of a machine to become a great operator. All those things help. Simulators can bring a novice operator up to speed quicker. The technology helps bring less experienced operators to a more experienced level. So all the technology, ease of use features, training, simulation definitely help, but I still think, Mike, it takes time.
It's funny though, right? Because the thing that sometimes happens, or the thing that comes with experience, is complacency. You get so used to a thing, right? So you have to constantly figure out ways to be present, to be in it.
They're all GPS'd in case you're wondering.
What's all GPS?
Every speed bump and mogul here we laid out with GPS so we could rebuild them exactly if someone damaged them or whatever. We would know.
Really?
Yep. We know the width, the height, all of it.
That might be an obsessive compulsive trait.
We have to make it uniform and consistent.
Yeah, but you don't have to enjoy it as much as you do.
I just want to make sure it's uniform and consistent for everybody. Then it comes down to the pure operator in the cab, because everything else is an equal playing field. Everything else is the same. So it allows us to differentiate and measure better. Getting a little natural moisture to keep the dust down a little bit.
I blame Jeff.
We should have never talked about it before. We probably would have been fine. Now that we talked about it, we're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Jason knows where I sit, so in the office, so we may have to hide some things from him because he may not be happy with me and my weather forecast today.
Sits in the same row as me. That's how bad of a day he has every day he comes into the office.
Jason likes to walk by my desk and move my phone.
That's a fact. That's my thing.
It sounds like we should maybe put some cameras in your office. A little companion show for this thing.
Well, I don't want to hit his mouse, because then he could, hit send on an email he wasn't ready to send. I just move his phone for him.
All right, there we go.
That really is a terrible feeling, man. Sending an email by mistake to the wrong person.
Email or text message.
Yeah.
Can go bad fast. All right, let's see how he does with the tree.
How's he on time?
He's doing
4 minutes and 50 seconds. He's doing great.
Schmitty, he's always so intense looking.
Where's Schmitty?
Right there in front of us, Scott Schmidt-Golf. He's our medium wheel loader expert and challenge lead.
Look at this. Very.
Now that is precision.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth.
He's cursing, That's why you don't put microphones in the cab.
Probably shouldn't have talked about him. If you look at the angle of that berm too, that was purposely set. So if the tree did go all the way back against the forks, they can't reach it. They gotta get it down closer to the end of the forks to place it there. Another thing we think about when
You've really thought about every way to be annoying.
Tried to.
There are multiple sensors, basically exactly like you would find in your current automobile. And all technologies come together to promote better safety on the job. All right, Bill Zach, thank you very much.
Now he's going to fight the angle of the loader along with the forks.
And before he does, I'd like to say thank you to all of you.
He'll get it. He's working it down.
We're going to be doing other demonstrations a little bit later on, 1 o'clock.
Well, if this were an actual job site, somebody just walk out there and hold it for him, right? Guide it right in there.
It depends on what the job site was or what that piece of pipe was. Maybe it'd be too unsafe to have anyone near it.
Come on inside the booth to our information station.
So he'd have to continue to work it to get it in there precisely.
Also, we invite you to see us over at the Welcome Center, the triangular big screen set up in the northwest corner of this lot.
He's got to just find the vertical angle and he's going to be all set.
While supplies last, so come on over.
Right there, set it down.
And until 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock this afternoon, and all week long, thanks so much for coming.
There
Boom.
it is.
He got it. Now he's got to back out without pulling it back out of there.
Fantastic. Let's give it up for Pontus. Come on, fans. Let's hear from you.
Got a little bit of time to grab those tires.
Not much, though.
He's got 30 seconds. I bet you he can hang him in 30 seconds.
It's more like 15.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, Mike.
It's going to be real close. You get credit if you hang one, or you got to hang both?
You got to hang both. You get a penalty if you don't hang two.
Pretty sure he's out of time.
Yeah, they timed them out. It is possible. 3 have done it. So it's not the impossible challenge. It's
No.
purely a challenge.
Certainly a challenge, yes. Nobody would watch the impossible challenge. I don't think.
All right, as he's out of the cab there, let's give a big round of applause again for Pontus Eriksson, our 6th competitor here today in the first challenge of the Global Operator Challenge.
Watch this. He's going to pick that tire off that fork with that TRS. Makes it look simple and easy.
Who's that up there operating that?
I believe that's Alex Lambert from Edwards. He's one of our DIs at Edwards. Yep, that is Alex.
What's DI mean?
Demonstrator instructor. Sorry. You know, at Caterpillar, we're really good with acronyms.
I know. You guys love your acronyms, your numbers, abbreviations.
When you hire in at CAT, they give you a 16-page booklet front and back with all the acronyms, and you have to memorize them and know them. What's really funny is you're in a meeting and people start whipping around acronyms, and I bet you half the people in the meeting don't know what they mean either.
But they all nod like they do.
Oh, yeah, they all, yeah, sure, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I do it.
Well, the challenge is when the same acronym has 2 different meanings.
Yes, we're also good at that.
Like what, Jeff?
Oh, I was trying to think of one right off the top of my head, but what do you think, Jason?
I think we got rid of most of those, but we had quite a few that were, depending on which division or which group you're in, it can mean something different than another group or division, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one. The NRA. I had a whole conversation with a guy the other day about the NRA, and he was talking about the National Restaurant Association. And I was talking about, you know, the other NRA. It was a very confusing exchange that went on for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, they're kind of opposite ends of the spectrum there.
You know, I'm talking about a constitutional right, and he's talking about fast food, and I just couldn't understand Yeah.
When I think of this fork and loader challenge, though, it does get me hungry. It sounds like mealtime at the Muniz household.
Fork and loader. Sounds like the Golden Corral special.
All you can eat. Gotta love it.
Wants to know if I need a large or an extra large rain jacket. You know what? I want a European Husky. They make one of those. Big boned, broad through the chest, but something nice and tapered. It's kind of like a parade commentator, really.
How so?
Well, you sit there, right, and you look for things to say in between the floats that come by.
Huh.
And, yeah. I mean, you've watched the Thanksgiving Day parade, things like that.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a thing.
It is.
Watching those people fill time.
Reset's about done. We'll get operator number 7 in for the wheel loader challenge. I think, what's the best time to be? What, we have a 7:30 somewhere?
Yeah, it's 7:30 in there somewhere, yeah. With, I don't think any mistakes.
So I'd be guessing that's probably the time to beat on this one, will be in the 7-minute range.
And then we take a break after this, in between, or we just roll right into the next one?
I got to roll.
Trying to figure out how I'm going to get to the bathroom and get back here. Oh, that's a whole different challenge, folks. Yeah, this is where we change our camera shot. There we go. The host operator challenge. Gonna take in any shows while you're here? Oh, you're listening to somebody talk to you, aren't you? Never know.
All right, we'll get the staff ready. Schmitty's holding them at the starting gates. Looks like we're ready to roll for operator number 7.
Schmitty's a good name.
And you heard the horn. That means our 7th challenger is out of the gates, and that is John Shedak from the United States. Let's hear it for John. He's already got his first load.
I'm fine. I got a diaper. I can sit here all day.
Jeff, you know whose anniversary is today?
Well, isn't it Pie Day?
No, it is John Shedek's anniversary
Oh,
today. Guess where he's at?
On the job site. Love it. Congratulations to John and his lovely wife.
How do you think that conversation went? Honey, for your anniversary, I want to go to Las Vegas and play in the dirt with Caterpillar. Do you think that was an easy one for him to have?
As long as it's topped off with a great show here in Vegas, right? What's awesome was hearing the operators talk at the with the members of the media on Sunday about the places they would love to go if they win this challenge. And a lot of folks wanted to travel overseas and see places that they've never seen before. So One of our operators is going to get that opportunity.
That is the grand prize.
And if I believe, John may have said Europe, I believe. Had a few Parises in there, I believe. Spain as well.
Paris, Texas. It's nice.
Haven't been to Paris, Texas.
Yeah.
Nobody said Peoria, Illinois?
Beautiful place in the heartland.
I saw John compete with Holt Cat at their challenge in San Antonio. Then he had to go up to Dallas and have a runoff. They had two different events, so he won the San Antonio event, and then he had to go up to Dallas to compete against the winner of that event before he could come to regionals.
I visited with those guys a few years ago at Holt.
Yep.
Great bunch. Got one of the best trade schools in the country there, DeBisky High, and Holt supported it.
Yep.
It's an extraordinary school. This guy's doing a lot of stuff right.
All right, he's got to switch from the bucket over to the forks. Build the tree and set the tires.
What's going on here with this thing on the tripod?
That is a GPS rover. We'll use that for the excavator challenge. Oh, still got the bucket hooked up onto the front. Got to let that down a little bit more. And that's how we'll measure the trench profile for that particular challenge. Locking in the forks, does a safety check. That's always important. Make sure that your tool's attached. That's another thing that we're looking for in the safety penalties of the safety area. If you check your attachment after it's been changed, you don't want to put on forks and then drop the fork carriage and the pipe and everything else on the guy's head in the trench. That's a bad day.
No, it's a good rule of thumb. Go through life with your tool attached.
I hadn't quite thought of my statement made that way until you made your statement back.
That's why I'm here. I think.
It's just fun having you here regardless, Mike.
This is I've been at CONEXPO every 3 years since 2005.
Wow.
Yeah.
.2020 and this one's been your favorite though, right?
There'll never be another 2020, man. Unbelievable. Shaking people's hands while the guy on the loudspeaker's saying, please stay 6 feet away from everyone and avoid all physical contact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a weird time.
Well, see, that's the thing about dirty jobbers. You know, they don't want to elbow tap or fist bump or toe tap. They want to shake your hand, grab your shoulder, and look you in the eye, and tell you a story.
There you go, right down.
So close.
That is tough.
It really does. Like, you've got to come right down on it perfectly.
It's got to be perfect. There isn't much, like I said, it's a 1/4 inch diameter difference. You got to come down very precise and very accurately to get it to drop into that second ring. The guys were nicer. They did go back and chamfer the end of that pipe to help it slide in. At first we had it just as a flat wall tube, and it was really difficult then. There you got it.
So would you put like some lubricant on it or something?
Yeah.
Coming up on 7 minutes right now. He's got 1 minute.
He's got 1 minute
to hang 2 tires. To hang them well.
I think he can do it. It's kind of like when we were doing the testing for this one, it was kind of interesting to see everybody's different strategies. One operator would grab both tires at the same time. Some would grab one, go back and get the other. It was just kind of interesting to see how they'd attack the different problems that they had. We had one operator
to hang the second one, he's got to go over here. He's got to do a whole three-pointer.
We had one operator that grabbed both tires on one time and slid it on one, turned around, slid the second tire on the other tree. So it's kind of unique on how operators attack their different problems that they have. And
ooh, that was nifty.
Come on, he's only got a couple seconds. He can make it.
Nope.
No.
That's it.
Timing him out.
Pretty solid, though.
Still a pretty good run.
Well, as John opens the cab there, let's give him one big round of applause as he's now completed the fork and loader challenge. John Shedeck here from the United States.
We'll reset and reload for operator number 8.
Yeah.
2 more operators for the wheel loader, and then we'll move over to the backhoe. Thank you.
Thanks. So when the dust settles, you'll calculate the scores for each round and then take an average.
Sorry, say that again, Mike.
I forgot.
When the dust settles?
You'll take an average score.
We take so we give out awards for each individual challenge. So the best operator with the lowest time, which is operation time and penalties for each challenge we give an award for. We give a team award because most operators are, not out in the field by themselves. They have to work with a crew. So we'll average their three scores from each region and do a team award. And then we'll do 3rd place, 2nd place, and 1st place for overall time. So we'll add the wheel loader challenge, backhoe challenge, and excavator challenge as their total time. And ultimately, who has the lowest time across all 3 will be the grand champion.
But not everybody gets a trophy, right?
We have recognition for all the operators for coming from such a long ways away. Yes.
That's fine. Recognition's good.
They've come from Brazil, Germany, Sweden. They've come a long way.
Yeah.
Like I said, Fernando stuck in an airport for 48 hours trying to get here. So we have things to recognize their skill set.
He should get a trophy for that. He should get something for that.
And Mike and Jason, you can see above me here, above the big television screens we have, each of the countries that are competing here today have their flags flying high. So awesome display of international competition here at CAT Operator Stadium today.
It is truly a global event.
No, and it's great too, because these aren't CAT employees, right?
No.
Oh no.
No, they actually have day jobs as operators working for quarries, contractors, heavy construction. This is what they do every day, all day.
They just usually don't do it in front of millions of people. Now, thousands of drivers by, the construction site. Of course, they get a lot of eyes that way, but They're in a different element here today, but doing the same job, right, Jason?
Exactly right. The challenges are set up for things that they would have to do on a daily basis. Loading trucks, moving pipe, using forks, digging trenches, jumping the trench.
Oh, that's going to be fun later today. You'll want to watch the Backhoe challenge, I think. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Did you say jumping the trench?
They need to jump the trench twice.
Definitely want to see that. As opposed to jumping the shark.
Looks like the reset's done. We'll get ready for operator number 8 into the wheel loader challenge. 2 passes on the bucket to hit the target payload, switch over to the set of forks, build the tree, hang the tires. Scott's in the cab, resetting the machine, making sure it's set exactly the same way it was for the other 7 operators before we let number 8 in the cab. We'll be all set and ready to roll.
And that's Nick, right?
That is Nick.
Nick from Australia.
That is right, Mike. Our 8th competitor here and finalist in the Global Operator Challenge, competing in our first of the challenges today. From Australia, let's hear it for Nick Thompson.
He's from Adelaide, I believe.
I believe that's correct, yes.
That's the part of the country, it's like where Houston is for us, right? Middle of the South.
All right, again, folks, making his first run here from Australia, Nick Thompson.
Did you get a chance to talk to him last night?
A little bit.
He is a hoot. Man, he's funny. Just one of those guys that it's always fun to be around, you know?
Heck of a beard, too.
We did give him the award for the best beard.
It's a good beard.
No, this is just my field look, Wes. This is my 2-day growth in the field look for me. I have too much gray to grow a beard. Navigating the moguls, coming around to dump his first payload into the truck.
And remind us again how much that payload needs to equal out over the course of 2 runs.
8 to 9 tons. So they can be anywhere between 8 to 9. Anything below or anything under is a penalty for every half ton away.
That seems like a lot. So 1 full scoop is...
With the size bucket and the density we have, 1 full scoop should be anywhere from 4 to 5 tons. But again, they got to do it in 2 passes, and the way we have it set up is they have to adjust the second load somehow. They can't take 2 full buckets and hit the target payload, so they have to make an adjustment on the second one using the payload system to accurately take that target to the pile. And again, you've seen most of them tip off to the pile. They're using tip off to pile mode, so they don't have to waste material, taking it all the way to the truck, wasting time and decreasing their efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all live time inside the cab itself. And you can also get that off board. So as a site superintendent or a site manager, you can get all that data from the payload, how much that wheel loader's moved throughout the day, what trucks it was put in, what materials were loaded out, with truck IDs and material IDs. That can all be recorded off board and visually.
Whole new world, man.
We have 2 payload systems available. One is standard payload and the second is advanced payload system. So advanced payload, you can also get automatic tip-off. So the machine, you set in the target payload that you want in the monitor on your second pass or third pass, your final pass. When you engage that, the machine will tip off until it's at the exact payload it needs to be, and then rack back and you can go. So it takes the operator out of some of the finite of the last pass, but and then you can.
I was hoping that was going to happen.
That's a basketball down.
There you go. There ought to be bonus points for that or something.
We're
That
gonna
ought to like mitigate the error. If you knock it off, that's bad, but if you explode it, we forgive it.
We'll give that to him as an award today as well.
Hey, you know what? You and I should autograph that.
We can do that. We'll sign it.
Auction it off.
Well, you know, this is like the biggest week in the U.S. for basketball, right? So March Madness is here.
Could we get that one?
What was that, Mike?
The deflated ball. I'd love that as a souvenir. CONEXPO 2023.
All right, the tree portion, the thermodynamics 4 class coming up.
5 minutes and 37 seconds.
Oh, he's got plenty of time.
All the time in the world. Look at it creeping up on it.
He's going in there nice and easy. He's going to get that in there as quickly as he possibly can. Got to go a little bit more forward there and get it straight up and down, and it'll drop right in.
Yeah, the angle's impossible, right? Doesn't want the fork like that.
It's a difficult angle. It's not an impossible angle. It's a difficult angle.
Mm-hmm.
There's no impossible challenge. Now, if he lifts and push forward, he should be able to slide it now.
There it is.
There it is. Now he's got to get out without pulling it back out with his forks. He's got about 2 minutes, minute and a half to set the tires.
About 1 minute.
1 minute. Come on, Nick, you can do it.
Now he's got to hang the leaves right on the tree.
Yep, he's got to finish the leaves. Hang both tires on different branches of the tree and then back up and he's done.
Can't make a mistake here. 30 seconds.
Those are motor grader tires too that he's got to maneuver and hang on there. So thank you for the motor grader group allowing us to take tires off your show machine here so we could use them.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Yeah. I'm sure when they walked in today, they were a little disappointed, but they'll get over it.
10 seconds, Nick. Gonna have to settle for one, I'm afraid.
Oh, he almost got it.
So close. So close.
We'll reset. We have one more operator to go on the wheel loader challenge. The Caterpillar Global Operator Challenge Finals.
All right, as
Still
Nick has opened that.
Happy.
Yeah, I love it. That away, Nick. All right. Nick Thompson again, folks, from Australia. Let's hear it for him.
He got the inflated ball. That's great. The lovely parting gift.
Nice little souvenir.
Since it's deflated, it'll be easy to pack.
Reset and begin. 982 fluffer coming out. 730 will go ahead and dump. The 82 will reset the pile, so it's the exact same way for operator number 9 as it was for operator number 1 and everybody in between.
My mom just sent me a text. I'm gonna send her a quick shot of us here on the thing. I love this.
Is she watching it live today?
You bet she is. Riveted.
She's riveted. She's probably riveted watching her son. Have you ever run heavy equipment in a dirty job?
Have I done what with the dirty job? My mother?
Run heavy equipment.
Oh, that's an awkward transition. Yeah, man, it's amazing over the years the number of times people have tossed me the keys to equipment I'm really not trained to operate. You know, I mean, it's so much fun, but it's so crazy because when you're making a TV show, people like their standards change. Like you feel weirdly impervious to mistakes, right? Because we're filming and it's all going to be fine. So yeah, I've had a chance to operate all this stuff, but no real training to speak of.
What's your favorite machine?
I like the Excavator a lot, and I got to drive one of those. What are they? The biggest mining trucks they make with the tires that are like 16, 18 feet.
Like a 797?
Huge things, yeah. Just driving a giant truck. See, I mean, that's the thing about all of this, actually, that I so admire. There was you might be old enough to remember this. A guy in the 80s went around with a camera and just filmed big machines doing work all over the place because this kid was crazy for it.
Okay.
And he went home and he edited it. And then he sold it, did an infomercial, and sold millions of tapes. I think it was called Under Construction, or maybe Really Big Machines or something like that. But that's my earliest memory of seeing people operate that kind of tech, you know? And the enthusiasm, both for kids and for adults, it was amazing. But this taps into all of it. It's just global now.
Why was the Excavator your favorite machine?
I don't know, man. I think because the guy who tossed me the keys just let me do whatever I want. Like, let me figure it out,
you
know, as I was doing it. It was very gratifying.
On-the-job operator training.
I also like the skid steer. Simple, you know, and fun.
And versatile. Get 10,000 different attachments for the front. Brooms, blades, mulchers.
Nearly flipped one over up in Dutch Harbor. We were doing a remediation project. There had been an oil spill in snow, right? And so you had to clean up basically the contaminated snow and then run it through some sort of crazy process. But I was using a skid steer to do that. And got it up at an unsafe angle.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. All
but
right,
on that show, you know, we cut it into the open as opposed to not use it. Right? We really leaned into that kind of thing.
Resetting the machine for our final operator, operator number 9 in the wheel loader challenge. Then we'll switch over to the Backhoe challenge.
So if you're a big fan like Mike of the Excavators, that'll be our 3rd challenge today. With our award ceremony scheduled for 3 o'clock.
You know what else is fun, Jeff? Is the magnet. You know, you put the attachment on the big electromagnet that picks up scrap iron. That was super gratifying.
Oh, I bet. You pick up some pretty interesting things, I'm sure. Well, you just heard the horn. All right, our 9th and final participant here in Fork and Loader Challenge. This is our wheel loader challenge. Is Łukasz Makryński from Poland. Let's hear it for Łukasz.
That first angle's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little tight. We're using about every piece of real estate we have available in the stadium to complete the challenges today. But again, what they're used to, most job sites are tight, working in one lane of traffic, semis and cars going by you at 85 miles an hour. Flags are waving. The operators always ask, so what's the secret, or what's the tip, or what's the trick? What can I tell them that would help them? And I've always told them, since we started this in 19, slow is fast, fast is slow. If you try to hustle through, you're going to be making mistakes and get a lot more penalties than if you took your time and finesse it a little bit, kind of like Lucas is doing here on the track. He's taking his time, making sure he's got everything right, not dropping the linkage or the bucket on the ground, keeping it low, keeping it safe. So that'll actually give him a better time than if he went through the course and took all the penalties trying to overcome the time. Because that's the other thing we tried to balance, was we didn't want an operator to think, well, I'll just knock everything over and still finish in the lowest time. Well, no, that doesn't work with our scoring sheets. And again, that's not what we're about. We're not offered about gamification, which, did you look that up? Is that actually a word yet?
Gamification, no, it's not a word.
I got somebody checking on that, because I think it might be a word. So they can't gamify the gamification of the Global Operator Challenge.
I don't know, man.
My buddy Wes might help me out with the gamification.
Is it really? Gamification is in the dictionary.
Gamification is in the dictionary.
Let me see the definition.
Thank you, Wes.
Gamification, a made-up word sometimes thrown around by people who are making up words.
No way, doesn't say that? Does it?
No. No, it's a real word. I was wrong. You were right. That strikes me as a big load. I bet he's going to be really close to the, what is it, 10 tons?
8 to 9 tons.
8 to 9.
Yep. I noticed on his first pass, which is typically your free pass as a wheel loader operator, because you don't care on that one.
Yeah.
Take as much as you can, blow and go. Your second one is the one you want to meter and measure out, because it'll save you time, fuel, make you more efficient and productive. But I noticed he's taking about the same amount on both passes, so different way to attack the same problem. But the other thing you might have been thinking of is, you know, they didn't get on this course today, so you may be thinking about, I don't know how much the moguls are going to be or how much bounce I'm going to have, so I'll take a little less material so I don't spill and still be able to hit my target payload. Again, coming down with the operator's skill level and experience on how to attack a problem, how to improvise and adapt and overcome for the job sites that they're on and experienced every day.
How does he detach it? Like, is there a dedicated switch in the cab?
Yep, automatic disconnect for the coupler inside the cab. We're using the fusion coupler, so it's a wedge lock. You've probably seen some couplers, Mike, where the pins go out to the sides, horizontal pin lock. This is a wedge lock, so it drives wedges down into the tool, so the more wear and tear that you have, it'll still couple tightly. Nice safety check by Lucas. Unofficial time at this point, about 5 minutes, so.
Yeah, 5:20.
Couple minutes to get the tree assembled. And see how he's got that further out on the tines than some of the others, so he doesn't have to shake that down, and it'll give him a little bit more of ability to tweak that just a little bit with just the finite controls from in the cab to get that to seat down in there.
Ah, that's a different technique.
Plan your work your plan.
The enemy of a good plan is a perfect plan.
That is a good quote. We like to plan and plan and plan, and then it never survives.
As they said in the Army, 5 P's. Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Prior planning prevents poor performance. And I had a journalism teacher who once said, alliteration almost always annoys.
That's good.
That's good. I like that one.
Yeah, you can use it. This is the part that would just make me crazy.
I feel like it's the Muniz family trying to get our Christmas tree into the stand. I'm not using those big forks, I'm using my hands.
Well, it's not easy. I mean, you're sitting in the cab, you got the linkage, you got the coupler, you got the fork tines, trying to see that little ring and then feel it down through that 1/4 inch gap that somebody who wasn't very nice made in that holder. It's hard.
Yeah, I know where that guy sits, operator, so just let me know if you want me to say something to him.
I think I'm going to walk out with Mike tonight. So.
You know, like, if you could have gone with a 1/2 inch and just changed everybody's day.
Could have, but you got to be precise, and it is possible. Now that we're on our last one, I'll tell you, our operators did it in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep, the best time in our testing was 5 minutes. Average was 8.
For that? For the whole
The whole thing.
Oh.
Yep. But it is hard. It is difficult. There isn't much distance in there. But you can see a little bit more time, you got it in there. But seeing as how we have a strict script and schedule, got to keep them on track.
All right, folks, let's hear it for Łukasz Makrycki. Łukasz comes from Poland to compete in our Global Operator Challenge today. And that brings to a close our first of 3 challenges these operators will go through. The fork and loader, the wheel loader challenge. It was fun to watch. It was a challenge for sure, though, Jason and Mike.
It definitely was. We'll go ahead and reset for the Backhoe challenge. So give us a couple minutes. We'll switch over the field, get some machines reset.
Yeah, folks, as you're making your way around CAT Operator Stadium, we have a lot to offer for you today. As Jason and Mike were saying, we're resetting the field, getting ready for our Backhoe challenge, which will be our second of 3 challenges here at Operator Stadium today. Our 9 competitors from all across the world have shown their skills so far on the wheel loader. Now we will test them on another machine, a great CAT machine, one of our Backhoes. So it'll be fun to watch. Trust me, it'll be another great challenge for them, but also fun to watch them see how skilled they are and precise they are as they navigate some pretty tough obstacles, I'll just say, getting around the Backhoe challenge. All right, folks, a couple things to make you aware of. If you are here at CAT Operator Stadium, you can check in at a number of locations around here. If you just check in at 5 of 8 of them using your badge that you have around your neck, you have a chance to get, one, a CAT hat that also registers you for the opportunity to win an awesome CAT D11 Lego set. It's part of our big ticket giveaway. And big ticket is not just the Lego set. The big ticket item is the 301.8 mini excavator. It comes with a customer value agreement. So again, check in at 5 of 8 locations around CAT Operator Stadium, and you can get yourself, 1, a free hat, 2, an opportunity to win an awesome D11 Lego set, which if you have kids, they love Legos, it is the perfect gift to get, and you can build it with them together. As well as the big prize of them all, again, the 301.8 mini excavator. Hey, as you're looking around CAT Operator Stadium and you look up at the big board there, we just want to point out a couple really awesome locations to stop by. You have your Sustainability Hub. That's right across from me here. And if you go into the Sustainability Hub, you can find out a lot of things from, what is the best fuel to use? What are my alternative power sources that you can check out? It's really about choosing your machine, choosing your power. We have 4 battery electric machine prototypes on display out there. We have solar panels, which were capturing a lot of rays yesterday. They're probably still capturing some of the sun today to power those electric machines. And if you stick around for the CAT demo, that'll be coming up tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. You'll get to see some of our battery electric machines in operation. So again, check out the Sustainability Hub for all that great information about how you can save some fuel, and maybe also check out those alternative power sources. In addition, we have our Services Hub. And that Services Hub there can get you a lot of great information about making your job easier, right? You work with our CAT dealers all across the world, and they can help you with all sorts of services, from parts to repairs to maybe even getting that certified rebuild done. All on display there within the Services Hub. Head out to CAT. You can also find the CAT Central app. Again, parts.cat.com, where you can make that order and get your parts that you need to complete the job, and it just makes it so much easier. Learn all about that within the Services Hub here at CAT Operator Stadium. And finally, probably the one you want to definitely check out too is our Technology Hub. That's over there near between our paving equipment and some of our earth moving equipment. Again, you head in there, it sounds like you're going into another planet. It's very futuristic. It allows you to go in and operate machinery from here in Las Vegas at a remote site through our CAT Command technology. Folks, I'm talking real machinery here. You can also get to check out our new Vision Link, which is going to help you be even more efficient on the job. So head on out to the Technology Hub, the Sustainability Hub, the Services Hub, and then surrounding each of those locations, we have 30 plus CAT machines. CAT show workers here are on site to walk you through and talk about all the features that these fantastic machines can offer you to help you be the most successful in your operations wherever you are in the world. So we appreciate you stopping by CAT Operator Stadium here, enjoying the first day with us and the Global Operator Challenge, but it also provides a fantastic opportunity to check out all CAT has to offer from technology, sustainability, services, as well as those products that we have out there. All right, everyone, we're getting ready to start our second of 3 challenges, but first we have our first leaderboard of the day after our first challenge of the Wheel Loader Challenge. In the lead, we have Patrick Donnie, followed by Matt Ferris, Nick Thompson. And then you can see also the team award leaders right now. Team Americas, followed by Team Asia, followed by Team Europe. But we still have 2 more competitions to go here, so a lot can change here over the next couple hours. So stay with us. Our next challenge is the Backhoe Services Challenge. So take your attention to the big screens here to me. And Jason, give us a rundown of how the Backhoe Services Challenge will work.
All right, Jeff, thank you. First thing they need to do is drive up the ramp, and they're going to have to, second step is cross the trench box. Third step is they got to maneuver to the top of the berm, position the backhoe and reach over the berm. Fourth step is to open our CVA box, our services box with the backhoe. Fifth step is to place the 3 filters into that CVA box. Sixth step is pack up the backhoe, return down the berm. Seventh step, they have to cross the trench box again on the way down. And the 8th step is to place the machine in the stop area.
I'm sorry, I drifted off. Can you hit me with that again?
Sure. 1 through 8, they got to complete them.
And all 9, again, we'll get to see it happen here over the next hour or so as we begin the Backhoe Services Challenge. Our first participant in the Backhoe Services Challenge, here from the United States, let's give it up for John Shedak. He's in the cab and he's ready to roll. And as you can see, John Shedak is making his way up the berm here, crossing over the first trench.
This is what I mean by jumping the trench, Mike. See how he walks that backhoe across there without touching that trench at all?
Huh.
That's what he needs to do. We have bungee cords down in there with ribbons on them, so if any part of that backhoe drops into that trench, it's a penalty.
And that's standard operating backhoe procedure on the job site.
A lot of times,
the trench all the time, you gotta hop over.
They gotta hop a trench, they gotta cross the trench, they gotta maneuver around stuff on the job site. So yeah, that is something they would actually do in real life on the particular job site. So now we'll set up the backhoe. We put on what we call tiger teeth on that, and he has to open up both sides of the CVA box with the backhoe.
I should know this, but what's CVA mean again?
Customer Value Agreement. It's a product support agreement that we have with a lot of our machines that can be customized by the dealer to further support the customer and any needs that they would have from parts, filters, service, different levels that they can add to their machines or their fleets. So we can work with them or we can do everything for the customer themselves.
What's in that canister? Is that the agreement?
Nope, that's a filter.
Oh.
So they got to place the 3 filters into the box itself. They don't need to close the box. They just need to place the 3 filters in the box, package up the backhoe, travel back down the berm. Do you want to know who designed this backhoe challenge?
No, not really.
The 2020 Global Operator Challenge winner, Joust Nygam.
Is that right?
Yeah, we brought him into Peoria, and he helped put the finishing touches and the final tweaks, and was one of the test pilots for this particular challenge.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, it was great to have him back in Peoria. He runs backhoes all the time. His company has a lot of backhoes. We thought when we were designing and crafting it, Mike Basson, the team lead, said, hey, we know somebody that's really good with backhoes. Why don't we call and invite them and have him come down and tweak the challenge for us? Got a little problem up there. David Young's going up to take care of it.
What sort of problem you think we're looking at here?
I'm thinking he hit the park brake switch, but I'm not for sure. So now he's got to come back across the trench without touching anything in there. He's using the 4-in-1 bucket or the NP bucket to help him get across there. This has dual mode, so you see that the operator hits that switch and he can run both the front and the rear of the machine facing one direction, so you don't need to waste time switching around with the seat. So they can be at any position in the seat with the controls mounted to the seat and effectively operate that backhoe.
I gotta say, it seems complicated.
The backhoe?
Well, the whole jump in the trench thing. I mean, more so than the wheel loader. Just like more moving parts, seems to me.
I don't think it's any more complicated than the tree.
No, the tree was just a pain in the neck. That wasn't complicated. That was just difficult.
He's a good operator. He should be able to cross that 4-foot wide trench. John did that in 4 minutes.
Woo!
4 minutes he ran that.
Love it.
Wow.
Let's hear it for John Shedak from the United States, our first competitor in the Backhoe Services Challenge. He crossed that trench pretty quickly, Jason.
He did really well on that.
I get a front row view here.
For being a motor grader operator, he says that's his favorite machine to run is a motor grader. Doesn't have a lot of time or experience on a backhoe. I think he pretty well nailed that and did a good job.
I think he set the mark pretty high.
Got a
What's
great
the time
crowd
limit
here today.
8 minutes.
Also 8.
Yep.
Just like the lesson. They're all 8.
All 8 minutes. Maximum time allowed on the challenge.
And he just did it in 4.5.
4 minutes and 1 second unofficial time.
Why don't we have official times? I mean, we're officials.
We are officials, but I'll leave the official timing and the scoring, especially with the penalties, up to the challenge staff themselves. They have a lot better angle and view and spread out across the course. They can see a lot better than what we can see up here, Mike.
Plus, they know what they're doing.
They do know what they're doing. They're the best in the world. 108,000 people at Caterpillar. I picked the best 19.
Did you interview them all?
And the man in blue there making his way across the dirt, that is our next competitor, Jason. And Mike, that is Łukasz Makryński from Poland.
All right, we'll see how Łukasz does.
You ever been to Poland?
I have never been to Poland. No, that's one of the few countries I have not been to yet. Poland or Russia? Haven't been to either one of them. How about you?
Been to Warsaw, but I haven't been to Russia. And I don't have any plans to go, to be honest with you.
Yeah, kind of a good place to avoid right now.
Ah. So who came up with it? Who gets credit for the Global Operator Challenge? If you got to walk it back to one individual.
Well, they started in 1988 with operator challenges in Europe that were more regional. And one of the original founders for that still here, that's Gary Martin. He's out here on the staff today.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he was an operator at Malaga at that particular time and helped craft a lot of the challenges and things then. So 2019 was the first time we started the Global and finished that with the Global Operator Challenge in 2020.
But this is bigger. I mean, it's grown, and somebody at Caterpillar must have been responsible for saying, look, what if we just shine the biggest, brightest light on this thing that we can and make it a, really make it a thing.
All right, folks, our second
I think that was our marketing team. Jessica Nunley had a lot to do with that. Some of that was her vision. I remember sitting in a room with her a while ago, and she's like, hey, you think you can do this? And I'm like, you want to do a what? I'm like, yeah, we can make it happen. I guess we'll figure it out. Like I said, 19 was successful, so 20 was a fun event.
And here we are. Jeff, I'm sorry, you were right on the verge of saying something interesting. We talked right over you.
Folks, as you're watching Łukasz Makrycki from Poland making his way across the trench, he's already swung himself around in the backhoe and working his tires to get over this trench, which we saw John Shedek navigate pretty effectively.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. Fell in there. He can still work it out of there, though. He's got the extend-a-hoe. Just got to make it back across.
Did you call that an extend-a-hoe?
Yep, it's an extendable dipper stick. See how that extends out? Gives you additional reach on the backhoe and lets you maneuver that backhoe to different areas.
I just hope somebody trademarked extend-a-hoe.
I had lots of thoughts. I'm going to make no comment there.
Hey, man, how do we know where the line is if we don't cross it every so often?
Yeah, I'm sure HR will be buzzing into my phone here in a minute, Mike. Yeah, he made it across the trench. Now he'll set up the backhoe, open the CVA box, place the 3 filters in, climb back down the trench. We do require them to put the stabilizers down. They asked yesterday in orientation if they could just get up there and not have to put the stabilizers down, and that's not the safe operation for a backhoe. So you have to put the stabilizers all the way down like you would for digging a trench safely. They do have auto stabilizer up on this particular machine, so like power windows on your car, you have the auto up. We also have those on the stabilizers so they can hit the switches and they'll automatically come up for them. Again, saving the operator time on a reset.
Were stabilizers always a part of the backhoe, or was that a recent invention?
No.
You got to have them, right?
Yeah, you got to have them. To make that digging platform a lot more stable, you got to have the stabilizers in them. We set those at different distances, so they'll have to swing, use the bucket, and maybe an E-stick, depending on how they originally positioned the backhoe up on the berm to accurately reach the 3 filters to place them into the box. There he goes. Reset the backhoe. Then he's got to cross that deadly trench once again.
Now, is it harder to jump the trench going up or down, you think?
Me personally, I think it's harder going down.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me. We'll see what the operators think and say. You saw John, he went across that like
it wasn't there.
Like he was bored. It's also interesting they're all using the MP bucket to help extend. MP multi-purpose bucket, 4-in-1 bucket, some people call it, Mike, to help them extend the front of that. It also gives them a more stable platform to cross that. All right. Now he's got to just back it into the start-finish line. We'll be all set.
Coming right up on 5 minutes, unofficial time.
Got to say that word unofficial in there.
I think it's implied. If I'm saying it, it's unofficial.
You said we were officials earlier, though, so it could be implied that maybe it's unofficially official. Is that a thing?
Well, look, if gamification is a thing, I'm sure that's a thing.
Gamification is a word. We've proven that.
Proven it. You're right. It is.
If it's in Webster or on Google, it's got to be true.
Jason, Mike, everybody in the stands, let's hear for Lukasz Makrinsky as he climbs out of the cab of that backhoe loader. Congratulations, Lukasz. Good job out there. There's some fans in the sustainability hub right above there, cheering on Lukasz, giving him some thumbs up. Good job.
Get a quick huddle from the challenge staff, have them get their scoring all set, get the filters in the box reset. Get Mr. Steve Pope on the box. He's the only DI that we have that can actually physically move that box without a forklift. Every time we have him move it, he doesn't have to go to the gym the next day. You ever run a backhoe?
Yeah.
How'd you do?
Not well. Not great.
What'd you have to do with it?
Let's see. We actually dug a trench, and then I think we used it for some unauthorized. Like I remember removing fence posts.
No.
Yeah.
You with the backhoe in the teeth and grabbing the posts and pulling them out?
Pull them straight up. Yeah. Very satisfying. I spent 15 minutes on the show one time just trying to remove a post from the dirt. It was a metal post and it was hammered deep in and it had those, teeth going the opposite direction.
Yep.
And it was so ridiculous. It was so entrenched, and the camera guys just stayed with me and I just stayed with it. And in real time, it took me about an hour and a half to get this thing out of the ground. No tools or anything, just digging and pulling and cursing, right? And they cut the whole thing into a complete act on Dirty Jobs where nothing happened except I tried to pull this fence post out.
Okay.
And I couldn't decide if it was like tragic or brilliant, but that was the episode that wound up getting nominated for an Emmy.
All right, fans. Oh, go ahead, Mike. Finish.
No, Jeff, I'm just voting. I'm just free associating down here. Do your job, please.
No, hey, this is great. Nick Thompson is making his way. Nick is coming to us in this competition from Australia. And he's got some big heads up there cheering him on. I love it. There they are. Look at that. So Nick Thompson will be our next competitor in the Backhoe Services Challenge.
Jeff, what's up with the rain? As a meteorologist right now, what's your take on what's...
Yeah, I think I would go on air and say it's raining. And let's just hope it calms down just a little bit. It's starting to get a little heavier.
Do you think of yourself as a former meteorologist, or do you still identify as a meteorologist?
Well, I'm not a practicing meteorologist, I would say, so I guess I would maybe lean more towards the former, but once you've gone through the schooling and everything...
They can't take that away from you.
No.
Right?
We've got a nice layer of stratus clouds hanging over us right now, Mike.
That's what I'm looking for.
There you go.
Technical talk. Stratus. As opposed to the cumulonimbus, I believe.
Cumulo.
Cumulo.
nimbus.
Wow.
That means it's puffy. They're very, a stratus cloud's a flat cloud.
Right. And the other ones were like in The Simpsons, beginning of The Simpsons, big cotton balls.
There you go. Those we would call those fair weather cumulus. We would love to have a few fair weather cumulus.
Or FWCs, as they call them, a caterpillar.
Exactly. Well, you just heard the horn, Mike. You know what that means, right?
Yes.
Nick Thompson
Good
is
luck.
off and running. Nick is our third competitor here in the Backhoe Services Challenge. Nick comes to us again from Australia. Yeah, get into it, crowd. Love it.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah. He got
Front
himself.
tires across.
He was high above that trench.
But no real bonus points for height, right?
Well, we'd like to keep them as low as possible because it can become unstable. So just enough to clear that trench without getting the backhoe all the way up in the air and becoming unstable with it. So we'll see how he does. His front bucket's probably going to be digging in the front of the dirt there as he's trying to cross as well.
Uh-oh.
It's not as easy as it looks, is it, Mike?
No, and by the way, it doesn't look easy either. What are the odds that he's going to employ the extend-a-hoe?
And he's going to have to use the front to get him out of the trench first.
So what's the solution here? What's he got to do?
You can use the front to walk it back out of there. I think he's getting frustrated and losing his... He'll get back on track here in a minute.
What are we looking at, Jason, on the big
There's some
screen?
recaps of challenge number 1 there on the left screen. The wheel loader challenge, where they had to carry 2 buckets of material over to a truck. Then they had to use the forks, build a tire tree, place some tires on it, and complete it. That tire tree was definitely the most difficult portion of challenge number 1, getting that precisely seated in the holder for that tree.
I'll tell you, it was hard to watch, too.
Getting that tree in?
Yeah, I mean, you really just want to run out there and help him.
He's just got to scoot just a little bit further and he'll have the back tires on the ground and be clear of it. There he goes.
Yeah, that cab is full of Australian curse words right now.
Oh, I'd like to have a microphone in there. I think I'm definitely walking out with you and your security team tonight.
Have you seen my security team? Yeah. Her name is Mary. Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
Who's your valet?
Your guy.
Unbelievable.
I think they timed him out. Oh, no, they stopped them. Saw some arms waving. We'll see what's going on.
So we're about 4 minutes and 30 seconds in. Oh, the stabilize. That's interesting.
As Mike, you said earlier, these are real challenges. These are the best operators in the world taking on the toughest challenge. So the best of the best getting the best test right now. You can
It's
see
tough,
out here.
and then you get your mind wrapped around your hands and your fingers, and it makes it even tougher. So
In
I
other
couldn't
words,
do it.
don't try this at home.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it again for Nick Thompson.
Put one of our DIs in there to get it all reset.
Let's see how he handles it.
That's Will. That was one of our test pilots for the challenge. Him and Joust were the two quickest that we had across it at the time.
Great round of applause there for Nick Thompson. One of our two operators that hail from the land down under.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, Mike.
Check it out. Somebody just gave me a hat. One of the locals here. It's from Kincaid Civil Construction.
Sweet.
Yeah. Now, it could be Kincaid. It's hard to know. Kinkaid. I like to think it's Kincaid. So
I'd probably go with Kincaid, but...
maybe, but you never know.
Yours is more probably the more Las Vegas one.
Yeah, you're in Vegas and somebody gives you a hat that says Kinkaid. I figure it's Kincaid.
Love it. We have so many awesome customers, contractors, all around the world here joining us at Operator Stadium at CONEXPO this weekend. When I was just getting ready to start off today, one of the operators looked at me and says, "I'm getting in this competition next time. I should be one of these 9." This is exactly why we're hosting this Operator Challenge, to bring light to this industry and help find a few more people to build a better world out there. Because not too often do you go to work every day and get to see the results of your work be there for years to come.
You know what? People used to ask me all the time. They still do. You know, what do the dirty jobbers know as a group, you know, that most people have forgotten? And one of the big things is exactly that. It's the business of finishing a thing that you start, you know, and getting constant feed. Like these guys, they know how they're doing 24/7. You know, good, better, indifferent, somewhere in between. You always know how you're doing when you're operating machines like this. And you're right, man. We got a skills gap like we've never seen before. Something like 11 million open positions right now, a lot of them in this industry. And, you know, the opportunities are everywhere. And this is the exact kind of thing that'll go a long way in persuading people to give the trades an honest look. It's a good thing that's happening here.
And what's so cool, Mike, is what you're seeing today is these operators are getting in the dirt, but man, there's a lot of technology on these machines. And so the job's maybe not as dirty maybe as it once was, right? it's how skilled you are with your hands and understanding the situation and the environment that you're working in, using that technology to be so productive. We talked about payload with the wheel loader and how you just used to guesstimate what that was, and now you know exactly what you need.
Yeah, you know, I went out.
So it really could attract a lot of people that may have never thought a skilled trade was in their future. Hey,
well, the
if you're
tech
great at
is
video games, you could probably be very good.
Yep.
At operating equipment.
Well, the toolbox has changed too. I went with a guy a couple years ago. It was a cat tech actually, and it was a field call. And because you can't bring these things into the garage to put them up on the on the lift. And he crawled under there with his iPad and basically took a picture of what was going on and sent the photo back and had the whole thing diagnosed. And it's like, yeah, the most important tool in my box has become that. So lots of changes all over the place.
Yeah, Mike, I think on all of our machines, right, Jason, QR codes where an operator can scan that QR code, get that part, go to parts.cat.com, and within just a couple swipes of your finger there, you've got your part on site. Or you need to look up what the owner's manual is.
Yeah, see the way he turned that into a commercial, man. Just like that. Very smooth.
He's good at that. I thought he was going to move like into remote technician or something like that.
There you go. You can go that way too,
remote into
Jason.
a machine and troubleshoot it.
You bet.
Off-board diagnostics, off-board troubleshooting. First thing most mechanics take out of their toolbox is their laptops.
Mm-hmm.
Hook into the machine, and the machine will tell you what's wrong.
Where'd that word come from, by the way? Troubleshoot. Any idea?
There's lots of different ways to troubleshoot.
No, I mean the actual word itself.
Oh, no, I do not.
I don't either. It's too bad. That would have been an interesting talking point. We should Google that.
Well, our fourth operator is just about in. He is in the cab now. We're going to get going with our fourth run here on the Backhoe Services Challenge. We've seen a few people navigate that trench. Bet others have a little bit more challenge with it. So this is a fun competition to watch. If you're joining us here at CAT Operator Stadium, or the thousands, maybe millions who are joining us online.
Billions.
Yeah.
Thousands of millions.
Many thousands of millions.
That's how I do math as an English and journalism guy.
Get that cleaned up in front. Get all the divots out so it's nice and smooth for Sebastian. The head up on there. I really wish we wouldn't have talked about the rain, Jeff.
Yeah.
That was my fault.
I'm in trouble, Mike. I'm in trouble.
It's funny, though, isn't it, how we're sitting out here in our, all-weather gear, and Jeff's got his personal valet up there, and, our guys out here in their shirt sleeves, and the operators in his shirt sleeves. It says something that's not entirely flattering.
You bet. Well, here we go with Sebastian Baer. He is our fourth competitor in the Backhoe Services Challenge, and Sebastian joins us from Germany and Team Europe. Good luck to Sebastian. Let's hear it for Sebastian. Do we have any fans from Germany out there? He was our first run in our first challenge today with the wheel loaders.
Now, if it were me, and I had the skill, I'd tip it so that the teeth went in instead of the flat part. Would that be wrong or wise or?
No, that's an idea. You see, he has his bucket flat on the ground, giving him a little bit more stability and giving him a little bit more push to get across that trench. Like you did right there.
Oh, just cleared it, I think.
Because remember, we took some of those teeth off. We just left the outside teeth to open the CVA box. So having that flat box like Sebastian did there, or that flat bucket like he did, probably gave him the best stability. Plus, a little bit better pushing power to get across that trench than just the teeth in itself. As I sit here comfortably not in the cab getting stressed out talking about what they should be doing.
Right.
You know, if I was a professional operator, I'd attack it like this.
It's the best part of the job, man. We can say anything we want in hindsight.
He's got to open the CVA box. Trouble switching the controls over.
What's that mean, switching the controls? Back to front?
Yep, this machine has a dual mode switch in there, so you can actually run both the front and the rear of the machine facing from one direction. When you turn the seat around to the full backhoe, you have to re-enable it to be just the backhoe and let the triggers on your joysticks, because they follow the seats themselves. So you got to let those joysticks know what implements you want to work with both of the joysticks themselves.
What is the actual training like? Like, is there a set training program for all of these things, or is it mostly learned by doing on the job?
In the press event, the operators were asked that, was what would they suggest for new people coming into the market, how to get trained? And one of the best answers I heard one of the operators say was, 1, show up for work every day. 2, find a mentor. And then 3, don't be afraid to try things. Don't be afraid to try different equipment. Don't be afraid to get out in the middle of the field by yourself and just practice to improve your craft.
There's just no substitute for an apprentice kind of approach to learning,
For anything, heavy equipment operation or anything, it's always good to have someone mentor you, teach you. They'll repackage the backhoe, use the auto stabilizers up.
So it doesn't have to close the box.
Nope, does not have to close the box. Because unlike the tree, we didn't want them to waste a lot of time getting those filters stacked into that particular box. We just needed the filters in the box. Don't have to close it. And then they have the stress of crossing the trench again on the way down. There he hit the switch to run the backhoe hitting forward, so his triggers are running different functions.
Close, man.
Sliding down there pretty good.
What's so cool, Jason, is we've got the best of the best operators out here. They all do this differently. There's no right or wrong way really to do this. That's the fun of a backhoe, right?
Yeah, there's all kinds of different ways to attack a problem, and that, I think, separates a novice or an intermediate or an experienced operator from each other. They can look at something and say, oh, I'm going to do it this way because I think it's the most efficient, or I'm going to look at it from this type of angle and do it this way. So far, all of them have done it slightly different, all had a slightly different plan of attack.
And there you hear the horn. Sebastian Bear has completed his second challenge here. It's part of the Global Operator Challenge, and that is our backhoe services. So he's been through the wheel loader, he's now been through the backhoe services. One challenge left for him to complete. Let's hear it for Sebastian as he steps out of the cab here.
Unofficial time, about 5 minutes, 20 seconds, 25 seconds.
5:20, yeah, that's what I got.
Steve and Alex are going to hate that box by the end of the day. Hey, at least this time we were smart. We put the lighter filter up high instead of the heaviest filter. So
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
You know, you look at our DIs, Mike, most of them, you have to have a minimum of 10 years experience being an operator and a customer before you can apply for a CAT DI position. So they have to know the machines, they have to know the market, they have to understand the craft before they can become a Caterpillar DI.
Is that 10 years of experience with CAT specifically, or just industry experience?
Equipment. So we've had a lot of operators that have come from the mines, a lot from sewer and water, underground utilities. Because again, we make all that equipment, so it's good to have expert operators for skid steers, backhoes, all the machines that we do manufacture and make.
Is there anybody bigger in mining than you guys?
No, I think we're the largest mining equipment manufacturer in the world. Definitely the largest dealer network and global footprint. Like I said, 193 countries we're in now, 156 dealers around the world, so.
I love that our fans are just braving it out here, Jason. Got a little bit of rain, but that is not taking away their enthusiasm, especially for our next operator.
I know, I was just thinking I got sunburned out here yesterday. Now I'm cold today.
The struggle is real.
It is. It is a real struggle. A little bit of a reset. David Young's in the cab, making sure everything's set the way that it should be set.
Sure. Well, here, thanks. Would it be rude to eat in front of you?
No, go ahead. Plus, you eat healthy things. I don't eat healthy things, Mike.
I'm not sure what's in there, man. I'm gonna eat it, whatever it is.
I'm a #1 for McDonald's guy.
I think that's a Big Mac, right, Jason?
Big Mac fries and a Coke.
Ooh, you can't beat the Coke. It makes me hungry up here, though.
Look at that. Oh, yeah. I think it's a sausage.
And when you hear that horn, that means we're off and running again. This is Matt Ferris here from the United States. Let's hear for Matt. I like that quote from Matt there. I like doing the work that people are nervous or afraid to do. I'm afraid crossing this trench, even if I was jumping over the trench without a machine.
Matt's the first one I've seen not use the MP bucket and open it. He kept it closed. We'll see how that works out for him.
Across the trench. Well, we got
that looked fun from down here.
Yeah.
Slide up top, open the CVA box, place the filters in, back down the trench. He's got to go. See how we took the center teeth off and just left the 2 outer ones to help them get that CVA box opened up a little bit easier.
Jason, I was thinking those teeth kind of look like the teeth on my dog. You know, they got the canine teeth, but a little shorter in the front.
Yeah, they've got different nicknames for them. Fangs teeth, snake tooth, tigers. Last filter going in the box now.
What sort of machine's that filter go in? The big guy.
I think we grabbed that one from off-highway truck. They're actual steel cylinders, but we had them wrapped to look like filters. Make it more visually appealing.
Smooth.
There, that was nice.
Very smooth.
Got to cross that like he was serious about crossing it.
That's right. Using both ends of the backhoe there.
Come down, spin around, go to the start-finish line, and time will stop.
That's pretty quick. That's way under 4 minutes.
Gotta straighten it out here and off the
4
horn.
minutes.
He's right about 4 minutes.
Nice run.
As he climbs down out of the cab, let's hear it for Matt Ferris from the United States.
He's still okay. He's laughing and smiling, Mike. See, I told you he's never had a bad day.
Never had a bad day.
Yeah.
Now, Matt.
Let's hear it for Matt. I like those big heads up in the stands. I love that.
Alex won't have to go to the gym tonight either. We're getting his steps in for him.
Feel the burn.
A little repair on the track. Be all set. Where are we at now, Jeff? Prepping for operator 5, 6. Again, I can't count above 5.
First
so
time go.
track.
We are getting ready for operator number 6 in our second of the 3 challenges here today.
All right.
And I think it's our leader, right, Patrick? And Matt, he was in second through the first competition. If you didn't hear that at home, somebody thinks Matt may have moved up the leaderboard.
We'll see after this challenge. We'll
That's
put the
right.
leaderboard up again. We'll see how much one challenge can make a difference.
I believe Nick is our third place in third place after the first run of our challenges, the wheel loader challenge. We're on the Backhoe services challenge now.
at that. That's the kind of stuff you'd eat.
That is the kind of stuff I'd eat. I won't be able to eat till I'm done though, Mike.
What?
Just the nature of the beast. I'll be okay. I'll be starving at 3:30. I'll be okay then.
All right, you heard the horn, folks. That means our 6th operator and currently in first place here at the Global Operator Challenge, Patrick Donnie, has taken off in the Backhoe Services Challenge. Patrick comes to us from Australia. 25 years of operating experience there in the cab.
Got a little bit low in the trench box. Got to use the backhoe to push himself out of there now. But he can still make it. There he goes. Push. Yeah.
Nice. So that's not a penalty, right?
I see the flags on the bungees moving, so there's a penalty, but he did make it across. Still having a pretty good run. Again, he opened the MP bucket, used that as the front. I've seen different styles of operating techniques on the front and how they want to attack the problem. So, stabilizers out. Open the CVA box, put the filters in. The raindrops are getting bigger.
Well, we're getting smaller.
I got a raincoat on. I got 19 standing out there getting wet, not even flinching.
The few, the proud.
We brought the staff in from all over the world. We have Gary Martin from Dubai, Kaiser Berkey from Brazil, Raul Srivastava from India, Peter Sauter from Germany, Dick Mars from Australia. They came from all over. Just to play in the dirt today.
It's the universal language, you know? Dirt, the universal currency.
What did Jeff say? It only rains 4 days a year in Las Vegas or something like that. Did he say that earlier?
Exactly what he said, yeah.
4 days, yeah. No, I think it was just less than 30 days a year.
Oh.
Less than 4 inches.
Oh, sorry. 4 inches. 30 days, 4 inches. So.
I was going to try to do that math of, we've had 2 operator challenges where it's rained. That probability is pretty low, but hey, he's crossed.
He's crossed, yeah.
He nailed it. Oh man, this is going to be tight.
Again, then Patrick is in first place through our first challenge, just about to complete his second of 3 challenges today. There's the horn.
That
Right around the 4-minute mark again.
We're seeing some really good runs here, Jason, on this backhoe loader challenge.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come down to what penalties they incurred. The times are pretty tight.
I feel like we're going to see if we can get that breaking the 4-minute barrier, like the mile, you know, 70 years ago, whenever that was broken.
Get it underneath 4 minutes of operation?
Yeah, see if we can get it under 4 minutes of operation.
That was Roger Bannister, Jeff.
That was.
You know, crazy thing about that, they said it couldn't be done for all those years, and then he did it, and then in the next 2 years, 20 other people did it.
Says something about the mind, doesn't it?
And legs.
Yeah, that's true. But each of these operators believe they can win today.
One of them is correct.
You are correct there, Mr. Rowe.
Reset's almost complete, making that track perfectly smooth for our next operator, filling in any gouges made with the backhoe bucket or the loader bucket. We'll be all set for our next competitor.
These people are all wrapped up like my aunt's best furniture.
Who comes to the desert and thinks it's going to rain?
Why does it always rain on Operator Challenge Day? That's what I can't figure out.
I guess somebody upstairs thinks we just need to make it a little bit more challenging.
I guess.
Maybe we need to take the word challenge out of our title. I don't know. This is fun.
I'm even afraid to look at the radar and see if it's almost done, more coming, or if it's going to be staying here all day. And don't you do it either, Jeff.
My phone's hidden underneath this stand I've got next to me. I haven't looked at it for a couple hours, I think, now.
Don't forget to tip your umbrella man.
Yeah. I feel like I'm ready to hit a golf shot, you know? See those golfers with their caddies, and then they step away just about when they're ready to hit their shot.
That's right.
I always wanted to be an announcer at a major golf thing, you know, just to kind of talk like this the whole time. Not too loud. To freak anybody out.
Our next operator climbing up into the cab from Japan. They're standing up. They're ready. They're ready to cheer on their participant there, Mr. Masato Imai.
Your fan club is here, Mike, I think.
I mean, if you want an umbrella, I won't think any less of you.
So you want an umbrella?
No, I'm just saying if you want one, I'd share it with you. I don't want one. But if you do, I'm good with it.
So, Wes, Mike would like an umbrella.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Oh, you're going to hold it for... see, that's living right there.
There you go.
That is B-list celebrity status right there, folks.
All right, you just heard the horn. That means our next operator is off and running, and that is Masato Imai. He comes to us from Japan.
Better.
As part of Team Asia Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
There, you got two of them. That way you'll definitely stay dry.
These are nice because you see right through them. You don't block people's view. Oh, that's a good shot right there.
That is. There, you got the boom unlocked. Oh, pulled himself back in. Have to reset the front. All right, on the left screen, some shots from Challenge 1. That was the wheel loader challenge where they had to navigate a course with some moguls, carry 2 passes for 8 to 9 tons, drop off the bucket, put on a set of forks, build the Christmas tree, put some tires on the Christmas tree. All under 8 minutes. All under 8 minutes of operation.
Yeah, that was back when the sun was almost shining.
It was almost warm then.
Seems like a long time ago.
It does. I think they're more worried about their electronic equipment getting wet than me getting wet.
I think you're right.
I'll go with that too.
I do have to admit, it's a little bit warmer underneath an umbrella, though, than what it was before. Just a little bit. So if you're just joining us, we're in the middle of our backhoe loader challenge. Operator number 6 in there, crossing the trench. Got to navigate up over that trench, up the slope. He got it. He's plenty far over. He can rack up the backhoe and use the start driving away.
It's a stupid question, but if he's in neutral and both the ends are elevated, will he just drift back into it if he's not in gear?
Yep, he potentially could. That's why you got to balance the machine, keep the tools on the ground. There's only brakes on the rear axle on a backhoe. There's no brakes on the front. So there he goes. He got it all set. Switching around to the front. Guess he didn't like how he was set, and he's going to reset it before he goes up the front. There, you got it. Now he's all set. Now he can come up, open the CVA box, put a couple filters in. across it going back down. Again, we require the stabilizers to be fully down so it provides a stable, safe platform for that backhoe to operate. Use one of the 2 bucket teeth to open the box, place the filters in.
And then back over the trench.
And then back over that nasty trench. That's a way to get both lids open.
Yeah, slick.
Filter 1 going in the box. Filter 2.
He's got about 90 seconds left.
Filter 3 going in. Use the auto stab, spin the chair around, drive back down.
And Masato, he is our 7th of 9 competitors that will have taken on the Backhoe Loader Challenge here.
All right, it's got the front tires across. The black shirts are moving, they're timing them out.
Yep.
Hit the 8-minute mark. Still a nice run though. About 4, what did we say, Mike? About 4 minutes is the time to beat?
I think just under, actually, but that's the unofficial time.
Officially unofficial?
You can take it to the bank.
Thank you so much for this. And Noah, CONEXPO 2020. My name is Scott Oak. We are not one of those
One of our expert operators pull that back down, get the filters reset from Alex and body man Steve Pope. We'll be all set.
We got 2 more, right?
We have 2 more, and let's give a big round of applause to our 7th competitor here in the Backhoe Loader Challenge, Masato Imai from Japan. As he walks in front of his big fan club that he brought with him. And we want to thank everyone who's come out to Operator Stadium today. We have a lot of people huddled under our retail pavilion, I can see, but we have some very strong souls who are in the stands. weathering the raindrops as we get through our second of 3 challenges here with the best operators in the world on the best equipment, right, Jason?
That is correct, Jeff. The 9 best finalists from around the world, 10,000 to 5,500 to 84 to the final 9 that you see here today.
Heck of a journey that started last year in 2022. Getting us to this point here at Las Vegas CONEXPO, kicking off the show.
We'll fix the track, Jeff, get all the divots out, get it regraded so it's the same for the next operator it was the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth operators. So we should be getting ready for number 7, I believe, coming up.
Jason, I'm just super impressed with this dirt that we have here. It's not must be a quick drying dirt. It's showing no signs of being wet at all, I feel like.
Yeah, I think it takes it a while we've had to mix it with some other things to keep it from being a big dust bowl, but guess we don't have to worry about that today, do we?
I don't think so.
What you mix it with?
It's I can't remember the name of the chemical. There's a chemical it's got to be mixed with that helps it not be dusty and powdery. Because we can't make a bunch of dust or have a bunch of dust blowing around or flying around, so. It's the same material they use on haul roads and roads in places for dust control. So it's base Las Vegas material that we mix with that.
I didn't realize. I was looking at augmented dirt, enhanced dirt.
It's special augmented dirt.
All the dirt on dirty jobs, I think it was pretty straightforward dirt.
It was just dirt?
I think it was just dirt, yeah. It was run-of-the-mill dirt.
Wasn't special dirt?
Mud without the water.
Maybe we should have done this yesterday when I was getting sunburned.
Yeah, we were in a completely different situation yesterday. Not a cloud in the sky, and the sun just cranking away on us. Having a little fun on some Midwesterners who hadn't seen that kind of sun and heat for a while.
My dry cleaning bill for the staff is going to be pretty big, I got a feeling.
As you say, Jason, they're not batting an eye. And these operators aren't either. This is still an easy day for them.
Well, the challenge staff's picked for a reason. Couple more passes on that, Jeff. I'm guessing we're going to be ready to roll.
Fantastic. We'll be having our 8th of 9 operators completing the second part of our challenge here, which is the Backhoe Loader Challenge. Also calling it the Backhoe Services Challenge because we have a little fun with our CVA box up there and packaging that together for who may want it.
I'll take one.
Out in the world.
I think that's the BHSC, Jeff. The Backhoe Services Challenge.
All right. Our 8th operator is off and running. This is Fernando Nascimento out of Brazil, and part of Team America. 28 years of operating experience there in the cab. Let's see how Fernando takes on the Backhoe Loader Challenge.
Got the front tires safely across, using the backhoe. Lift and push. There he goes. Look at that, Mike. Look at that.
Look at that.
That's nice.
Jason, it looks almost textbook up here.
That was nicely done. Nice, steady, slow, total control of that machine. Looks good from here.
90 seconds in.
Top.
I'm going to hear this guitar track in my sleep tonight.
I was just thinking the same thing. I don't know if we picked the soundtrack or somebody else did, but should probably have a conversation about that next time. All right, got to open the CVA box using one of the 2 teeth on the bucket. Place the 3 filters in the box. Pack up the backhoe. Cross the trench again.
So it doesn't matter if he gets the big one first or last?
Nope, we leave it up to the operators. You see, most of the other ones opened the box and then went for the small filter up top. He's doing it, getting the big filter. Filter number 2 going into the CVA box. Swinging for filter number 3. All right, use the auto stabilizer up, package up the backhoe. Hopefully he's as smooth as silk going across that trench down as he was coming up. Let's see how he does, Mike.
He's going to have to make up a lot of time. He's only got about 15 seconds. Ooh, smooth.
Nice.
Another note off of those is that these model doors are actually operated in one bucket. We also have a brand.
He left his front bucket up that time so he didn't have to swing back around. Learned from going up the first time. That was nicely done crossing that. That was fast.
He's at about, if he hustles, he can make it in 5.
Switching back around to tuck the backhoe up so he can just whip it into the parking spot. All right, here he goes. Come on, Fernando, swinging her in there. Nicely done. That was a nice run.
Unofficial 5:23.
So he's still in the hunt. About a minute out, I think, from our leader. 4:30-ish. Official, unofficial, official.
I think we're pretty close to 4 on one of them, are we?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Let's hear it for our competitor, Fernando Nascimento from Brazil.
We'll reset the backhoe course, get ready for our next operator. Have to make sure everything is uniform and consistent, Mike, before we can run. Lonnie, do you want me to send out somebody for an umbrella for you too, or are you good? That's dedication right there. That is dedication. He's thinking next time I'm going to be with Mike and I can be out in the dirt getting wet all day.
And how many of those guys really want a jacket right now?
Probably all of them, but they won't admit it.
They can't ask.
A little bit more time to reset the course and we'll be ready for our next operator. Cleaning up the ramp from the divots made from the loader bucket and the backhoe bucket crossing the trench. Dave's in the machine verifying all the settings and everything is set the same exact way for each and every operator.
I'd say a level playing field, but really nothing level about it.
No, nice little berm. We GPS that too, in case you were wondering.
I was.
So we can quickly and accurately build our test model from Edwards, Illinois. We did all these tests. We built the arena inside of Arena B at Edwards. When we ran all of our tests, and when we were done, then we GPS plotted and mapped everything. Trying to make it so my umbrella doesn't drip on your leg, but it's not working very well.
Those aren't raindrops.
Yeah.
There you hear it, folks. That's the final horn to kick off our 9th and final run of the Backhoe Loader Challenge. This is Pontus Eriksson from Sweden and Team Europe. Let's hear it for Pontus.
Using the multi-purpose of the 4-1 bucket open to help him elevate the front of that. Quickly and cleanly crossed the first part of the trench. Now you use the backhoe to lift and push the back of the machine across.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
They made it look easy.
Got some air. There's definitely no question about him clearing that trench. He comes to the top, sets up the backhoe, open the CVA box, place the 3 filters in. From this angle, it might be hard to tell, but you have to place that backhoe in a pretty decent position in order to reach all 3 without having to reposition the backhoe.
And that would eat up all kinds of time.
Would eat up all kinds of time, and we purposely place them so if you got to think about how you want to set that backhoe on your way up before you turn around and start to pick filters, because you'll find out pretty quick, whoops,
oops,
I'm not in the right spot. Swing them.
Come on. Come on. There it is. Three minutes.
Filter 2. One more to go. Ooh, I thought he was going to drop that there for a minute.
That would have been bad.
All right, filter 3 in. Pack it up, head down the ramp. Across the nasty trench box. We'll be all set. Using the 4-in-1 MP bucket to stabilize and set the front, get the front wheels across. I don't know about you, that would like a full clear of the trench from here. Oh, he got it.
A foot to spare.
Pack it up, back it into the parking spot. Right about 5 minutes right now. Let's see where he ends up. At the official unofficial, slightly official micro time.
Don't hold me to it. There it is.
There it is, the final horn for the Backhoe Services Challenge. This is Pontus Eriksson who's going to be stepping out of the cab here. Let's hear for Pontus. All right. Nicely executed.
We're going to get set up for the Excavator Challenge using the 315.
And that's going to involve digging in this area.
Digging right in front of us, yep.
In the mud.
But it is a rain-soaked, consistent mud.
Yes. slightly augmented dirt, dust-free dirt, as I recall.
I haven't seen any dust since it started to rain. Have you?
It's a miracle. Look at us. Are we living the dream or what? Oh, sorry.
All right, we'll get set up for the Excavator Challenge. That's our last challenge for today. The award ceremony will be at 3 p.m.
3 p.m.
3 p.m.
And we'll get one more leaderboard after this round, right, Jason?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right.
As
So,
soon
folks,
as the final score from the Backhoe Challenge is turned in, we'll get another leaderboard up for everyone.
fantastic. Well, we appreciate everyone joining us out here at CAT Operator Stadium today. We have had a fantastic competition so far. We're through 2 rounds of our 3 rounds of the Global Operator Challenge. One more to go, as Jason and Mike were mentioning. That will be an Excavator Challenge, and we're getting set up for that right now. But in the meantime, if you want to take some time and step out of the stands and step into one of our hubs or check in at one of our locations, this is the perfect time to do that. So let's take a look at what we have to offer you around Operator Stadium here for today. We'll start with the big ticket giveaway. This is a fun way to get involved and check out all Caterpillar has to offer within CAT Operator Stadium. With the big ticket giveaway, if you check in at 5 of our 8 locations, you'll see a map come up here on the screen. If you just check in with your badge at at 5 of these locations, that gets you a free hat if you head into the Merchandise Center. It also gets you in for a drawing of a D11 Lego kit. That's fantastic. Something to put together with the kids or just yourself. And then you're also in the running to win our grand prize, a 301.8 mini excavator with a CVA. That's a customer value agreement. And if you can just go check in at 5 of our 8 locations around Operator Stadium here, that gets you in the drawing for one of those big ticket giveaways there. Along with other things to look at here in Operator Stadium, maybe you want to step inside and check out our services hub. That is over here just to my right. Within the services hub, you can learn all about parts.cat.com, the CAT app, ways you can get your services and your repair options, as well as that certified rebuild, all available within the services hub. And you can also stay dry there right now. And it has an awesome interactive wall where you can learn a little bit more about the services CAT and our CAT dealer network has to offer. From there, you can head on over to the Sustainability Hub. If you haven't checked out our Sustainability Hub there, that is a fantastic spot to learn about their fuel options that you have, ways you can save on fuel efficiency, as well as alternative fuels. And just in front of the Sustainability Hub, we have 4 of our battery electric machine prototypes on display. If you stick around and watch our demos throughout the rest of this week here in CAT Operator Stadium, you'll see one of those battery electric machines in operation. So head on over to the Sustainability Hub, choose your machine, choose your power. And the final hub you can head into, great music, very futuristic, is our Technology Hub. You've seen the operators out in the dirt here operating our machinery. Well, did you know if you head into the Technology Hub, you can actually operate machinery hundreds of miles away from the comfort of the Technology Hub. Just head on in there and check out our CAT Command technology, the new Vision Link, which helps you operate your equipment even more efficient, be more productive out there in the fields. Learn more about what we have to offer with all our technology on the machine, off the machine. Again, custom fit for any business, no matter your size, inside the Technology Hub. We're going to be back with our 3rd and final competition as part of the Global Operator Challenge coming up real soon here. That'll be our Excavator Challenge. Stay with us.
All right, we're almost set for our third and last challenge. The 315 Next Gen Excavator. Give us a couple more seconds. We'll put up that leaderboard here quick, and then I'll talk you through what they're going to be doing on the 315.
All right, folks, we are into now our third and final leg of the Global Operator Challenge Finals here at CONEXPO and CAD Operator Stadium. Jason Hurtis, I'm going to send it down to you to give us a little bit of a description of what our operator is going to be doing in that excavator here.
All right, thanks, Jeff. This is our third and final challenge. We're using the 315 Next Gen Excavator to dig a trench. We gave the operators the trench profile that we wanted them to dig. So they have to honk the horn to start the time. Step 2 is establish the bench. They have a hub out there that they can establish the bench and use the 2D Caterpillar grade control system. Step 4 is we buried a utility in the trench. It may look very similar to a basketball inflated to 8.5 PSI precisely. They have to expose and remove the ball, place the ball into a barrel, and then go back and finish up the trench, and then place the bucket at step 7 in a designated spot. Step 8, disable the hydraulics. Step 9, honk the horn to stop the time. I think we have a profile of the trench. I'll try to get that up on the Jumbotron. It's kind of hard to see what they're digging, but we'll pop that up so you can see the profile that we gave the operators.
All right, thanks, Jason. And let's take a look. There's the profile that you were asking for, Jason.
Yeah, there's the profile on the left side. So you can see on the left, that's where they start at grade. They need to dig down 2 feet at a 25% slope. Then go at a 0% slope or a flat bottom where they will encounter and hit the utility. And then come back up a foot and finish that off at 0% slope for a total of 24 feet. Now, we told the operators we want 24 feet like you're going to stick a pipe in the ground. So if they're over 24 feet, that's good. They need to think of it like a 24-foot length of stick that is actually buried into that trench so it'll fit.
All right, thanks, Jason, for that explanation on trench run here. We have actually completed 2 of the 3 legs of our operator challenge, and we have an updated leaderboard. So take a look at the big screen and check out where our leaderboard stands right now. In first place, Matt Ferris, just under 16 minutes from the U.S., followed by Patrick Donnie, just at 17 minutes, 39 seconds from Australia. In third place, John Shedak at 18 minutes, 46 seconds. You can see the rest of the 9 operators there following. And John is from the U.S. with 2 of the top 3 there. Team Americas is in first place, followed by Team Europe and Team Asia in third place. So there's your leaderboard, and the last leaderboard we're going to see until we announce our champion of the Global Operator Challenge. So with that, we've already got our first operator in the cab working that trench, and that is Patrick Donnie. Patrick is from Australia with his favorite.
That's my only fan club right there, sorry.
Hey, there's Jason Hurtis and his fan club.
Sorry, Jeff, I had one fan come up. I had to make the best of that one, sorry.
Hey, you bet, anytime, man. This is what CONEXPO is all about, is reconnecting with a lot of our friends, isn't it? Who we don't get to see every day. Patrick Donnie here's already into the trench, Jason, and making his way through his final challenge here.
So if you look at how that is laid out, you'll see a bunch of white marks on the dirt. We were actually nice and measured and painted all the different steps or the profiles that they'll have to dig. The hubs are out front. The trench grade stakes that you'd see on a traditional job site's also out front. So when they get to that first white line across there, they know that's their 8-foot mark. So they go down from 2 feet at a 25% slope for 8 feet, then flat for 8 feet, which would be between the first white mark, the second white mark, hit the utility, and then finish off the trench. They're using the Caterpillar 2D grade control, which we have set all the defaults in the system. So they basically have to follow that profile and dig it. We're measuring to 1/10 of a foot grade accuracy. So if they're more than 1/10 of a foot low or high, they get penalized. And again, like I said, if they're short on the trench as well.
And Patrick Donnie, currently sitting in second place, is just completing the trench run. The first of our 9 operators in the final leg of our competition here today. So bringing the experts in to check the grade, right, Jason?
Yeah, so we have Scott Hageman with his rover. We have all the trench profiles in there, and he's going to check that at various distances to see if they are at the correct slope, the correct depth, at various grade points. So when Scott's done looking at YouTube on the screen in front of him, he'll switch that over and measure the accuracy of that trench profile and the depth of that trench to be plus or minus 1/10 of a foot from the specifications that we gave him. The other staff members were looking for other infractions, tracks off the ground, setback of the pile. We want the pile set back a safe distance from the edge of the trench. Trench edge cleanup. We don't want them to swing to the blind side. If they pop the basketball, don't get the basketball in the barrel, those are all infractions that can be added to their overall score and time for the Hex Challenge here this afternoon. So we'll let Hageman and their crew measure that up, get the scoring done. We'll reposition, we'll have a Caterpillar expert instructor reposition that excavator up at the front of the second trench. So again, everybody starts in the same place. The machine will be set up the same. We interviewed and asked the operators what their control pattern preferences were. If you remember in 2020, we used Cashman Tech, Russ, and his son Cody, who's now a full-time field tech, to come out and switch the control patterns for the various operators. Now it can all be done inside the cab. We're also changing all the units for the operators. Because obviously if we ask an operator to dig 2 feet compared to 2 meters, it's significantly different. So they can set up the controls, they can set up the units, whatever they would need in their base language and their base preference to operate that excavator here today. Jeff, you ran an excavator at Edwards that one day, didn't you?
I have not actually been on the excavator. I started at Caterpillar 10 years ago, Jason, and then within my first month on the job, I drove our classic tractor, our dozer. I drove a D9 dozer around our East Peoria lot where we build them in Illinois, and that was quite an experience. That's a big piece of machinery, just like one of these excavators. But I have not driven the excavator yet.
Well, you do know you don't drive an excavator.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
I know. There you go.
Just checking you. Just checking you.
I haven't operated an excavator. How's that? I was getting my dozers and my excavator lingo mixed up there.
Appreciate your help with the weather.
Oh, I brought the best.
It's not raining this hard.
Yeah, there you go. It's starting to lighten up. I like your positivity, Jason. I tell you what, though, Jason, if you still look around Operator Stadium, a lot of people still here, and they're braving these un-Las Vegas-like conditions to just check out the world's best operators. That's a true testament, right, of how fantastic these operators are and people wanting to watch them show off their skills to the world today.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. They've come from a long ways. A lot of their fan clubs came with them, families, friends, sons, daughters, moms, dads. So if I had a son or daughter competing, I'd probably sit in the rain just like I do for the soccer games, the baseball games, everything else.
And folks, you have to remember, these operators, these final 9, started off competing against 10,000 who wanted to be here today. More than 10,000. 5,000 of them, 5,000 plus of them actually, did actually get into a cab and try to compete in the competition. And then from there, they won their local competitions to get to a regional final. And then from that regional final, they have made their way all the way here to Las Vegas and CONEXPO to compete against their 8 other operators from around the world. The best of the best operators on the best equipment, right? CAT equipment and these operators in it is such a privilege for us from Caterpillar to be able to showcase them on our equipment.
Couple more minutes on the measurement and verification, and we'll roll into our next operator who'll be digging in trench number 2.
And that operator is not unfamiliar here with the operator challenge, and that's Sebastian Baer. Second go around here in the global finals for Sebastian. And for those who haven't watched our other competitions, how each competition starts is with the honk of a horn. And it concludes with a honk of the horn.
You know why we do that, Jeff?
I don't know, Jason. Tell me why.
So we can be uniform and consistent. That way the time starts exactly the same for all of them. If they forget to honk the horn and move the machine, we start the time anyway. But it gives us a safe visual indication that they're ready to operate, the staff's ready, and everybody cues off the same exact sound for timing.
The one thing I heard there specifically was safety. And that's super important out on the job site every day, is making sure our operators get home safely and they are in the same condition that they went into work that day. We have heard the horn honk. That means we're off and going with our second competitor in trench run, operating the 315 excavator, and that is Sebastian Baer. Let's hear for Sebastian from Germany. Sebastian is our most experienced operator, I believe, right, Jason? 35 years?
35 years. His favorite machine is a wheeled excavator, so this should feel like at home for him, except for the wheels have been replaced with tracks. But it'll operate the same as his wheeled excavator. Again, we've reset the units inside into metric for him to operate in the units that he's used to. And again, the controls are set to ISO for Sebastian as well. So the left stick and the right stick inside that cab will function exactly how he expects it to function.
So walk us again, Jason, through this first step if you can. The kind of profile he will be digging first.
Yeah, the trench profile that we provided to all the operators obviously starts at grade. So there's a grade hub there. Then we ask him to dig a 25% slope for roughly 8 feet. Then they have to go for 8 feet flat or 0% slope, but in the middle of that 8-foot segment, they're going to encounter a utility. Which is a basketball. They need to remove that utility, spin and place it in the barrel, come back to the trench, and then finish up their trench profile for the last 8 feet for a total of a 24-foot long trench dug for the challenge today.
And would you say, Jason, out of all the 3 challenges, this is one that is most familiar to an operator? This is something they would experience out in the field or the job site, more so than maybe the other ones where we had some other little tricks up our sleeves for them to conquer.
I think excavators and wheel loaders are probably 2 of the most familiar machines to most operators globally. Excavators for sure. That is a very large global product. But digging a trench to this particular profile isn't as easy as what it looks either. 25% slope, hitting exactly 24 feet for a stick of pipe. We did mark the utilities. We had discussions about that. If we should mark it, not mark the utility, but we went ahead and did mark the utility so at least they'd have an awareness of where it's at. And again, they have to expose that utility without breaking or busting that utility and placing it in another area. So it's very representative of what they will do on a particular job site, but it's still as equally as challenging as the wheel loader or the backhoe challenge that we did.
Excellent. You can see the precision they work as they work around that utility and getting that grade. This is where technology also comes into play too. It's not just the operator skill, but it's the operator pairing up with the CAT grade technology to get that perfect grade.
Greg is calm. Is he going to come join us today?
Again, if you're just joining us out here at CAT Operator Stadium, we are in our third of 3 competitions and challenges our operators from around the world are competing in, as we have the Global Operator Challenge Finals finishing up here with the Excavator Trench Run Challenge. And in the Excavator right now is Sebastian Baer. Sebastian comes to us from Germany and is part of Team Europe here at today's competition.
All right, sorry, Jeff, I'm back. Did you miss me?
I think the fans may have missed you.
Oh, I know one. I only have one fan here.
No, we did miss you, Jason. Your expertise and insight in pulling this competition together with your global team has just been fantastic, and the display of skill and precision. Oh,
He missed it.
Had to put the utility, which is the...
it rolled back in.
The basketball did roll back. Oh. Oh. That looks like me shooting hoops there. Ringing out.
Yeah, I can't say enough about the team that we had this year. Jeff, I've said it before, I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. Out of 108,000 people, the black shirts in the dirt are the best of the best of Caterpillar. They came long distances from all over the world, Dubai, Australia, India, Brazil, to be here and help us not only judge and measure the challenges today, but they spent over 700 days developing the challenges, testing, making sure everything was going to be perfect, coming up with the scoring sheets, doing the translations into all the operators' languages. I really can't say enough about them. Plus, I get to have an umbrella and they get to stand in the rain and the mud and the muck. But if you look at them, they're all still smiling because they like to be here. That's what makes them the best of the best.
And you get to work with me.
And I get to work with Mike.
Welcome back, Mike.
Thanks, Jeff. Miss me?
Oh, we missed you, definitely.
So you get it definitely. I asked him that and he says, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, well.
I said your fan missed you, Jason.
My one fan did.
Spoken like a true meteorologist. That might rain, might not.
Keep it up, Jeff. I'll give the one fan a shout out. Danny Younghusband.
Oh, Danny, I love Danny. I got to meet Danny at the North America competition.
Yeah, he was a repeat at the North American Regionals and wanted to try to get to Globals again and got pretty close but didn't make it. So, yeah, that's the one guy in my fan club that came up to give me a hug. So, a little shout out to Danny. Good to see him again.
You bet. And Danny, good to see you as well. Hopefully we still see you sometime here the rest of CONEXPO. There he is, hopping off the machine there, actually climbing down, is Sebastian Baer from Germany. He safely exited the cab there. I wanted to make sure that he didn't hop off the cab.
No hopping.
No hopping. No hopping, no jumping.
Especially in this kind of weather. But any time is a good time, just 3 points of contact, right, Jason?
Yeah, that's one of the safety infractions that we measure them on. 3 points of contact, facing the machine, you know, not climbing down, facing away from the machine, jumping off, placing the bucket so you can still swing the house but climb down on the tracks. Those are all things that we're looking for that an operator would need to do every day on the job site, but they're one of the things that will add time or add penalties to them if they don't follow the same rules here.
And technically, falling face first into the dirt is not a point of contact.
No, that's not a point of contact.
Not a.
It's not the fall that hurts. It's the sudden stop.
It's the point of impact.
Mike, you've been on excavators before, right? Yeah.
Love an excavator. Yep, absolutely. That was my role on Dirty Jobs, was to try stuff. You know, I didn't have to master anything. I was never really graded like we're grading these guys. I was never weighed and measured or evaluated. It was just give it a shot and see what happens. And, you know, if I tried it, I got credit for trying it. You know, and if I didn't, I was fired. So they never fired me.
What size excavator did you get to run on Dirty Jobs? Do you remember?
It was bigger than that. I don't know the name of it. It was cat, and it was big.
Okay.
And it was in a mining setting.
Okay. Well, if you can run a big one, you can run a small one. They all operate and run the same. All the controls, all the monitors, all the layouts are exactly the same on all the CAT excavators.
What's easier in general? I mean, does size matter with regard to excavators in terms of
I don't think so.
Operating it?
Yeah, I don't think it's as critical as like the physical size of a wheel loader. It's just bigger house, bigger tracks, bigger boom, bigger stick, deeper dig. Otherwise, they're all the same.
Bring me up to speed then. What did I miss in terms of the protocol here?
So we're having them dig a trench to a given profile that we gave them. We have the DIs from Edwards and Tanaha place the machine so it's in the exact same place on the trench for every single operator. We have a grade hub that's in orange in the front right next to the grade stake. So they have to bench off of that to establish grade. Then we need them to dig from 2 feet at a 25% slope for 8 feet. And then go another 8 feet at 0% slope where they will encounter the utility, the 8.5 PSI exactly, basketball. They have to remove it from the ground, swing and place that in the barrel, come back to the trench, and finish up the last 8 feet of trench profile at 1 foot deep, 8 foot long for a total of 24 feet of trench.
This is where our cameras are really going to come in handy.
Yeah, I did send the trench profile in, so we'll pop that up every once in a while to make it a little bit easier to understand what they're faced with and what they're up against, because it is kind of hard to see when you're digging below grade.
You're saying we got a trench cam.
Trench profile. A picture. It was a really high-tech PowerPoint drawing from myself. All the technology we have. There it is right there, see? So that's what they need to do, the red line.
Mm-hmm.
Down to 8 feet for 25% slope. Then go another 8 feet flat, and they'll encounter the utility exactly at 12 feet, resting on the bottom of the 2 foot trench. Then come the rest of that, and then come up a foot and dig the final for 24 feet or 7.32 meters.
And have the same 8 minutes?
8 minutes. Eight minutes for everybody. Consistent across the board, just much like we have for the wheel loader and the backhoe. What do you think of that backhoe challenge?
Of the what lounge?
The backhoe challenge. What do you think of that one? The last
I
challenge
loved
that
it.
we did.
Actually, yeah. I mean, I've liked them both a lot, but I think the backhoe really illustrates the whole rubbing your belly and patting your head thing at the same time, right? I mean, you're doing a lot of things contemporaneously that I could not do. They never let me jump a trench on Dirty Jobs.
Well, You're going to get your chance today at 3:30, Mike.
Really?
Yep. Me and you are going to have a runoff. What do you think? You in?
Of course I'm in. Of course.
I'd like to be a judge for that one, if that's okay. All right, we have our next operator in the cab. Currently sitting in third place after 2 competitions is John Shedak from the United States. Let's hear it for John.
16 years experience. His favorite machine's a motor grader. I've seen some stuff that he's posted online. Most of it is with motor graders, so. But I think if you can control a motor grader and do the finesse and everything else you need with the motor grader, an excavator shouldn't be much of a challenge, machine-wise.
So when you talk about an angle and maintaining that angle, is that a setting you can control from inside, or are you just eyeballing?
No, you can use we're asking them to use the Caterpillar 2D grade control, so inside the cab it'll give them indications of the depth and slope. So they will know that they can pull that 25% slope for 8 feet. It'll all be in there in the monitor. We got the offset or the unit set exactly how the operators want them, English or metric. And then we can also switch the controls for the operator as needed from ISO to SAE controls.
How does it know how deep it is?
Because they have to establish bench, so that orange dot out there is basically 0, 0, 0 to the world. So they touch a piece of the bucket. It could be the tooth, could be the flat of the bucket, whatever the operator chooses. They touch that, and that establishes that is 0, 0, 0 to the world, and then everything else is -1, -2 feet from that hub point. And then we have Scott Hageman, our grade control senior market professional. He has that rover out there that we talked about before, and he has the profile in there, and he will go at specific intervals and measure to 1/10 of a foot accuracy. So if they're less than 2 foot by 1/10 or more than 2 foot by 1/10, it's deducted from their scoring. Little recap on the left screen. Looking at the Backhoe Operator Challenge. That was challenge number 2 that we did today. 9 finalists running across the trench, the 4 foot wide by 14 foot long trench box. They had to go up to the top of the berm, set up the backhoe, open up the CVE box, place 3 filters into that particular box, pack up the backhoe, walk back across the trench on their way down, turn the machine around and put it into a parking spot. I think the unofficial time from Mike Rowe and Jason Hurtis was about 4 minutes on that particular challenge today.
Yep.
So you can see he's double checking, rechecking that slope with the monitor because it'll give him indications. It can also beep at him so he knows I am exactly on grade, below grade, or off a grade. It doesn't dig for you, but it takes having a grade checker out there in the dirt. More people on the job site, it eliminates all that. You still have to know how to dig dirt. You still have to know how to bench, how to re-bench if you have to re-bench, etc. But it greatly enhances the operator's efficiency and capabilities with the machine. Because if you overdig a trench, Mike, what is that? That's money.
Yeah.
If you get the slope wrong on a sewer pipe, that means you got sewer in your basement. So the slope and the distance and the grade is extremely important in every job site digging below ground.
So back in the day, before this level of tech was built in, how did they manage?
They would have 20 Hagemans out there, originally with tape measures and sticks and levels and string lines. And then they would have a grade checker out there that hopefully had a rover, and he would put it in the ground and say, yep, you're on grade, you're okay, or you're too high, you're too low, and then you go to the next spot, and he'd basically be in that path of that bucket all the time. So this improves the safety of the job site, and improves the accuracy, the precision of the trench, saves on bedding material, saves on speed on the job as well. Using 2D grade control, you can be more efficient. You can get on the job, off the job faster, get to your next job.
And one guy can do it all, basically, from the cab.
It's basically like having Hageman in the cab of every excavator Caterpillar ever makes now.
So at what point is it just on automatic pilot, where your operator doesn't even have to show up? Just, you know, types in a code and the machine goes out.
I think that day is coming. We have command excavators. So you can be sitting here in Las Vegas and you'll be running machines in North Carolina and Tucson, Arizona from here. And they will have grade control on there, so you'll be able to see if you're on grade or off grade, but you're sitting remote. Autonomy machines, we have those in mining trucks running now.
Jeez. You saw the Terminator, right?
I saw all three Terminators.
Okay. You know how this ends.
All that's being developed because of what? Just a labor shortage, not have enough operators.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get technology to take it over, to replace an operator, and that's all good stuff, but you still need to know how to move dirt, how to dig dirt, how to read grade, see grade. And again, that's one of the things we're hoping to do with the Global Operator Challenge is somebody watching says, hey, I want to do that as a career. That looks fun. I want to come to the Global Operator Challenge and compete. I want to see how my skills stack up against the rest of the best of the world. So.
And Jason, with that horn, that brings to conclusion John Shedeck's day. He has now completed all 3 of the challenges, the last being here, the trench run. So let's hear it for John as he gets out of the cab. And it looks like Lonnie may have a nice gift for him as well.
That's his anniversary present. We wanted to give him an anniversary present, so.
John, I'm just going to let you know you shouldn't be taking any kind of anniversary gift, marriage advice. No, kidding, from Jason Hurtis there. If you're going to bring a basketball, you may not want to come at all.
No, I just think that's pretty special that it is his wedding anniversary and he's out here with us competing in the Global Operator Challenge. That's a special wife and that's a special husband in my opinion. So
you bet.
What year is it? Do we know?
I do not know.
Because they got like a paper anniversary. This would be the dirt anniversary.
The dirt anniversary. I like it.
14 years.
Yeah, that's the dirt anniversary.
That's the dirt anniversary. I think I just looked
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh no, you guys got to Google that. You make me Google stuff all day. Gamification.
Acronyms.
14. It's such a good, weird number. Just.
Why is it a good, weird number?
Well, it's good because it's weird. Right? It's like the 14th anniversary of anything is.
It's just a little bit better than a baker's dozen, right?
A little bit, yeah. A mega baker's dozen.
There you go. That's my kind of donuts.
All right, looks like measurements done on John's trench. Little conference, make sure we get the scoring right. Have our expert DIs reposition that machine exactly at the same spot on that trench for the next operator.
So I work on this other show called Bering Sea Gold.
Yes,
you ever see it?
Yes, I have.
So you got these excavators on these barges that are floating, you know, offshore, just scooping up material and dumping it into a hopper and basically looking for gold. And to see these excavators working you know, in that way. I'd never seen that before. But they do it every day.
That would be a little uneasy being on a barge and having the motion of the ocean when you're trying to dig and hold and connect and...
Well, yeah, that's uneasy, but you'd rather do that than cut a hole in the ice, dive down into the Bering Sea with a giant suction tube and suck the material off the bottom and hope there's gold in it. Those guys go down for hours at a time. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd rather dig than... I don't like to be cold and wet.
Well, welcome to Vegas.
Mr. Ryan Neal, the challenge lead, climb in the cab, verify the control pattern for this particular operator as well as the units. 2 feet, depth is significantly different than 2 meters. And again, we want the controls to operate how the operators want them, SAE style or ISO style controls. That dirt got really greasy just from that little bit of rain.
Yeah, the dirt's starting to change complexion just a little bit. Texture.
Glad we got the wheel loader challenge done, our first challenge done before we got that much rain. We'd be slipping and sliding a little bit. That proved the benefits of our auto diff lock on our machines, though.
There you go.
Hey, who was the model for the Global Operator Challenge logo?
Mike Rowe.
Yeah. I see younger.
That has my nose, don't you think? That looks like a Mina's nose.
Yeah. This is my complexion in yellow.
You know who's up next, right, Mike and Jason? Just look to your left and see our fantastic fans.
Oh, yeah.
Just about the services hub. They've been here all day, standing up every time he hops into the cab, cheering him on.
I have a pretty good guess, Jeff, but I'll go ahead and let you do the formal introduction.
You bet. As soon as we hear the honk of the horn, that begins his third and final challenge here as part of the Global Operator Challenge. Just waiting for that horn. I don't think that was it.
Sounded like a horn to me.
Yeah.
I love it. There we go. Off and operating again for his third and final time today. Let's give it up for Masato Ma-E from Japan. I would think this is going to be Masato's favorite competition, knowing that his favorite machine is an excavator.
Don't jinx it, Jeff.
I will not try to do any jinxing. Unless I can change the weather.
What's your favorite machine? You got one?
Well, I think, you know, my favorite machine is, from a heritage perspective, has to be the dozer for Caterpillar, right? I mean, that's where it all started, nearly 100 years ago. So, and the dozers are built. Our biggest dozers are built not too far from where I live, so it's a definite pride to see our very large dozers working in the mines. Now, I will say, my brother-in-law is an operator himself, had his own concrete business, and he had a Cat skid steer loader, that's kind of fun to operate. And it's kind of fun watching my nephew, who's much younger, obviously. He's totally into operating that equipment, loves going with his dad to work. And we heard from all these operators with the trade press on Sunday. It was great hearing how it was someone in their family or a friend, most likely a dad, who they saw operating that equipment and wanted to go with them out onto the job site and learn from them. And that's what my nephew's doing right now. And he is way more skilled at it than I am, and he's in elementary school.
I thought it was funny when the operators mentioned in the press event as well, most of them, you know, their dads would be operating machines, they'd be sitting in the cab, they'd be asleep in the cab with their dads, and they're kind of saying, too bad a lot of the laws and stuff have changed. You can't really take your kid to work anymore. You can't make them get a shovel and get in the trench and dig alongside you. They can't, they're not going to get the same experiences that they got in their generation.
That's a trade-off, right? Everything's a trade. Safer, probably, but, you know, to get that exposure at that age.
I don't know. I never rode a bike with a helmet. I think it turned out okay, maybe, kind of.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Opinions vary.
Well, we have a lot of technology available today, like our CAT simulators, where you can simulate in a safe environment, dig some trenches, things like that. You can do that here at CAT Operator Stadium this week. But nothing's better than being in the dirt.
And the dirt's where it's at.
Just like, we just have like a big sandbox, I feel like, here, Jason.
Didn't everybody grow up with Tonka toys?
Oh, yeah. And in my sandbox, right?
And it's kind of the same thing.
You bet.
Just never put the Tonka toys away. They just got bigger and more expensive.
It could move a lot more material.
Probably had Hot Wheels too, didn't you?
I did have Hot Wheels. But Tonka toys aren't cheap. I just bought some for my grandson Jack, and wow, they're expensive little toys.
Really?
Yeah. I was surprised. But, you know, you got to have them all. You got to have the wheel loader, you got to have the excavator, you got to have the truck.
Once you get one, right?
Yeah. It's like mints. You got to have them all.
You ever see ERTL? E-R-T-L?
Yeah.
Like die-cast race cars and die-cast. Same stuff as Tonka made, only they're in Iowa. They were a huge toy company for a while.
Yep. They did a lot of precision toys.
Yeah. They had a recruiting problem too. They were in Dyersville. And I worked with them one year.
All right, there you hear it from Masato Imai, just completing the Excavator Challenge. Masato and his big fan club just above the services hub there have been there all day, have the rain gear, have the flags flapping there. I love it. This is what this is all about, Jason and Mike. Celebrating these operators, because they're putting on a performance for us here today in a competition for sure, but you have to remember these are the 9 best in the world, and we are putting them through a pretty significant test here. The world's best going through probably the world's best challenges too, so this isn't easy.
No, it's not easy. You were mentioning ERTL, that you worked with ERTL for a year.
Yeah. And because they're in Dyersville, you know, they were competing with Mattel and Hasbro. And that year in Dyersville, it was 120 in the summer and 40 below in February. It's 160-degree temperature swing. Couldn't get anybody to move there.
Wonder why.
It was just purely the weather. It was a great company, and they make good stuff. These guys wouldn't care. They'd work there.
These
Work in the
guys
heat.
Work anywhere.
Yeah.
And just for our global audience, that is a 160-degree Fahrenheit swing.
Correct. Yes.
Way to add the units in, Jeff.
That's
right.
Units are important.
I'm still stuck
Otherwise,
in Imperial.
nobody would be living there, I don't think.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, the company took an unfortunate turn.
I love it.
The surface of the sun. Hey, speaking of work, Jeff, I got a shameless plug if you want to hear it.
I'm always up for a shameless plug.
So my foundation, MicroWorks, is going to award a couple $1 million in work ethic scholarships this month. We officially open it up on March 15th. And we do it every year around this time. These are scholarships for kids who want to learn a skill that's in demand. It's not for four-year pursuits. It's for trades like these. So if you, anybody you know, anybody who's listening wants to apply, you can do it at microworks.org. And we're doing it for 15 years, and it's starting to move the needle. So we're happy to do it again.
Has it really been 15 years, Mike?
2008, Labor Day, we started the foundation.
Wow.
Yeah. And started the scholarship program about 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome.
No, you guys were a big help. I went to Caterpillar first. Ford was really helpful. We've been great partners along the way. We're never going to close the skills gap unless we've got companies who are taking leadership positions in it and around it and doing things like this, and then ultimately, blowing this up, spreading the word, sharing it. It's a pretty cool thing.
It is, I agree.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for doing that. And that's exactly why you're here with us today, is further promote the skilled trades, get some folks involved in it. And again, the things we're talking about today, there's so much technology and so much an operator does today that they didn't do 15, 20 years ago. These operators talked about that, and we were talking about it earlier with how they would grade and the lines and the stakes and things like that. It's all part of technology now. They're using it here on the 315 as they go through this challenge right now. But deep down, really, if your child is good with video games, things like that, they can be just as good on heavy machinery, even if they're operating heavy machinery from a distance as you can at the technology hub, as Jason was talking about there. So with our CAT command technology. So you have to rethink of who is the operator, right? It's not just, you don't have to just love the dirt.
It's automotive too,
Yeah.
I mean, when I was a kid, I could change the oil, even do the brakes on my own car. I opened the hood the other day and looked inside of the thing. I think a spaceship. I mean, you need to be a software engineer, right? And so it's just a whole new deal, a whole new set of skills.
It is awesome to see how it's transforming too, right? With all the technology and what's available at your fingertips. But in the end, we're still building the same type of roads and same type of infrastructure all around the world.
See how that works? You ask for coffee, I get one too. Kind of like an umbrella. I asked for an umbrella for you, and then I got one too.
Stick with me, kid.
All right, as Mike and Jason enjoy their coffee, we've got our fifth operator in to the cab, operating the excavator there. That is Fernando Nascimento. Fernando comes to us from Brazil. 28 years of operating experience. Let's hear it for Fernando.
This machine should feel like home to him. Does construction, site development, and again, anybody that can sit in an airport for 48 hours wanting to come here to compete pretty much has my utmost respect, I'll tell you that.
What's been your favorite name to pronounce so far, Jeff?
Oh, Fernando's got to be right up top there, I feel like. Yeah.
Yeah. Top 9 for sure.
Yes, that's true.
It just kind of flows.
It does.
And it sounds nice.
It does. It just rolls off the tongue so beautifully.
It's the kind of name that makes you want to adopt the accent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's hard
totally
just to say Fernando. You got to say Fernando.
Yes.
Nascimento.
His native language is Portuguese.
So he should be at the bottom of his 25% slope. So now he'll be cutting that 8-foot flat and should be hitting the utility here pretty soon.
Now again, the goal is to hit the utility?
The goal is to remove the utility. We had a debate over even marking the utility. We were just going to tell them that there's a utility somewhere in the trench. Yeah, there's your utility, inflated to precisely 8.5 psi. I have the certification papers.
Now for Fernando here, I got a great view here. He's got the basketball in total here. Is not deflated by any means, so let's see if he can make a hoop here.
Nothing
Boom.
but net. Nothing but barrel.
But you're right, Mike. Fernando for 3.
Just doing a little time check there. Running a little bit behind, but that's okay. Weather induced, weather delay. Can I chalk it up to that and get away with it?
It sounds an awful lot like excuses and blame making, but yeah, why not?
I know. In our debrief, I'll hear that we're a little bit late, but at this point in a live event, gotta roll with it.
We're still looking to crown the champion at 3.
Be a little bit later than that. We got 4 trenches yet to do. They gotta set up the award stage, unlock all the cool swag and trophies. My guess is I'll be 15 minutes late, Mike.
All right. Time
to start the awards.
2:30 now. All right.
So I guess would be 3:15-ish now. I made sure Lonnie could hear that, so he'll keep him on track down there. Last segment. He's got to cut that at 1 foot for 8 feet. No slope. And again, the whole overall length has to be 24 feet minimum. If they overdig, they're okay. It's just, think of it, sticking a 24-foot long piece of pipe in that trench. It's got to be able to fit. So. We were kind of mean on the other challenges. We're a little bit nicer on this one.
There you hear it, folks. Fernando Nascimento from Brazil, just wrapping up his final run here at the Global Operator Challenge. As Jason mentioned, Fernando had some long travel delays getting here, and we appreciate him making it after 48 hours in an airport. He is representing the entire South America. Pretty impressive.
No pressure.
No pressure. Get some grade measurements here, get the final score, get the machine set up on the next trench, and we'll bring in our next operator.
How long do you figure we sat in the rain before it occurred to us to come up here?
Half a day.
About 2 hours as I counted.
Lottie showed him the basketball's still fully intact, and we can go shoot hoops later if we want. Let's give one more big round of applause for Fernando Nascimento from Brazil.
But did you notice since we moved up here, Mike, it stopped raining?
I was just going to say.
Of course it did.
I don't even have my umbrella guy anymore.
I hope you tip well, Jeff.
The struggle is real.
I've got Jason's credit card right in my pocket here.
Do you?
I do.
Oh. Well, enjoy, because Wes has had to buy me a raincoat and a hoodie, and I don't know whose account that went on, but...
I just bought this Caterpillar.
Yeah, I did not dress. I have a raincoat, but I wasn't dressed for the cold, I don't think.
Spoken like a true weatherman.
That's right, yeah. Thanks, Mike. It's called I didn't want to check my luggage.
He was hoping for that 30% chance of warmth.
That's right. Well, you heard me earlier. The best forecast, the most accurate forecast for any meteorologist is partly cloudy with a 30% chance of rain.
Yeah.
You've got all your bases covered about there.
You got the partly cloudy right today.
What's the best app, Jeff, for weather prognostication these days? Do you have a favorite? Because I've got 3 on my phone, and they never say the same exact thing.
You know, Mike, I probably am a sucker still for the Weather Channel, so weather.com. But you can't go wrong with AccuWeather. You can't go wrong.
Sure you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. Obviously.
I love it. You know what I would say? You need to trust your local meteorologist.
Of course you would.
All right, looks machine set. Get the operator in there. Dig our trench profile.
You know, Jeff, those are some pretty great fans over there as well. I can't decide who really brought it, Finland or Japan.
Yeah, the Swedes have done very well. The Japanese, fantastic. We've heard, obviously, kind of in the home country here of the U.S., so a lot of cheering for our U.S. competitors today. But overall, I think each of the operators have been celebrated very nicely today. So we appreciate everyone coming out to CAT Operator Stadium, checking out all that we have to offer. and then most importantly, checking out these operators doing what they do every day, but under the pressure of a competition today. It's not only testing the skills, I think it's testing those nerves, right? So we're more than halfway through. There you hear it, the horn. Making his third and final run for today. Let's give a big round of applause for Pontus Eriksson. Pontus joins us from Sweden. Pontus about ready to make his first cut into the dirt. I don't know, there's something about that, Jason. I just love seeing that dirt change.
Change from wet and mucky to dry and powdery underneath, you mean? Or?
No, I just, it's all nicely smooth, laid out there by our paving machines, right? And then you make that first cut and it all starts to look like nobody was there before.
Yeah, we had to lay out that field precisely, so, because each trench had to have the same compaction as the next trench. So the compaction rate, the slope, is all uniform. That is perfectly flat. That is 0 degrees across all those trenches in every direction, and the compaction is uniform from 2 feet down all the way up to the top.
So is that why you're telling me there's no puddles out here?
That is correct. Not in where that excavator's digging, is it?
No.
That's the reason for that, because they all have to be at the same grade, at the same slope, to reference those hubs, so they all have the exact same profile to dig without any change on the floor or within the field itself. Again, to be uniform and consistent 9 times.
Is it true the first cut is the deepest?
In my experience, that is true, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were referencing song lyrics there, Mike.
I was.
I thought so. I love it.
I mean, who doesn't think of Rod Stewart when you're digging in the dirt?
He wasn't the first person that came to mind.
It's Vegas.
That's right. As long as I'm forever young, right?
Oh, here we go.
Really? You want to play this game? All right.
Give him one, Mike. Give him one. About 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He should be encountering the utility here pretty soon. Has to remove that from the ground. Swing and place it in the barrel, and then go back to the green trench profile. So you see what he's doing? He moved the excavator. So he's rebenching in case the ground wasn't perfectly flat. Then he knows that when he goes back, because he benched that and zeroed again, now that is going to be exactly a foot below that hub.
He can't overdo it.
No.
Once it's set, it won't go any deeper.
If we used a 3D system, then it would be different than the 2D system. But with 2D, if you move the machine, you need to rebench. You could do it off the hub, or you could do it also off the edge of your trench. You just have to get that baseline back, so then the machine knows that's 0, 0, 0 again, and then you can do your -1 foot, 2 foot, and 25% from there. Looks like he might have shut the lights off in the city by popping the utility, but oh. finishing up the 25%, making sure that bottom's completely flat. Because we set that utility or that ball on the bottom of the trench, so to get that out, you might have to over dig. So they need to go back and smooth that back out to be at your exact 2-foot depth over that 8-foot segment. That's what he's doing now. So if you look in the right screen, you see those 2 bottom panels, white panels?
Yeah.
That's giving him his grade indication right there in real time. So that tells him if he's on slope, on depth, etc. right there in the monitor. So it'll give him visual cues and also beep at him if it's off.
That's amazing.
Unofficial, official, unofficial timer about 5 minutes. And he's got his last 8-foot segment to cut at 1 foot deep. He's looking pretty good.
Have you thought about a skid steer event?
Absolutely, we have. We'd love to do a skid steer challenge. They're fun, they're versatile.
They're fast.
Our dealers have done skid steer challenges and they are an absolute blast to watch. The problem we have is skid steers aren't used in every single country. And they're not as popular in some regions as they are in other regions. So to have a global event and put someone in a skid steer for the first time on a global stage would be a little
entertaining.
Very entertaining, yes. If you remember in 2020, we did the Mini Hex Golf Challenge.
Right.
And that was fun and entertaining. And that promoted the Mini Hex product. And again, you got to be an operator with finite control, much like we demonstrated on the Wheel Loader Challenge first thing this morning. To get that tree in, you got to control torque, loader position, boom position, fork position, any gross movement wouldn't allow that tree to go down into the holder. So it had to be a very precise, accurate control of that machine. This time we added the backhoe because it's a loader on the front and an excavator on the back. I thought the trench cross was entertaining. No, Mike?
I thought, no, look, it's all been entertaining, for sure. The only thing it's missing, I mean, this is the way to elevate and celebrate skill. But if you really want to draw a comparison, you got to send somebody out there like me to try it first and let people see how difficult it is. You know, if you're a novice or a dilettante. We're just looking at incredibly talented people, one after the next.
Well,
it's like the Olympics.
Yeah. 2026, you want to do that? Run all the challenges first. We'll time you and
yeah, actually,
and let the pros go.
I would do that. Yeah. Maybe not in real time. Like we'd film it, right? So you'd have it, and then before the pros come out.
Hey, Jason, just checking if you want me to do that. Just make sure your timers are sundials. Okay?
Jeff and I can go head to head.
There we go. That's done.
We can get done before daylight ends, right? Start in the morning.
I'll add that to the 25-26 Global Operator Challenge programming content.
Yeah. Where Jeff and Mike come together, where incompetence and inexperience go shoulder to shoulder.
I think I fit both those categories.
I was talking about me.
I wasn't sure who was incompetent and who was inexperienced.
I'll flip you for it.
Neither would get us very far in the competition. As you can hear, our sixth operator, Pontus Eriksson, has made his way out of the cab and completed the trench run. Congratulations to him again for completing all three parts of the Global Operator Challenge competitions we've had here today. It's been fun watching each one of these operators compete throughout the day as we get ready for our final three. 7th, 8th, and 9th operators are left to finish off the final portion of the Global Operator Challenge. as the rain is lightening up, as people are starting to return back to CAT Operator Stadium. I love it.
Did you tell him to talk about the rain again?
No.
He's out there on his own. That's totally unprompted.
When he did that earlier, it started to rain. Come on, Jeff.
What could possibly go wrong, Jeff? Why, we're home free now.
That's right. Not home free just yet.
Getting closer. 3 trenches left.
That's right. 3 pieces of pipe need to be laid, right?
I put a stopwatch on Pontus. He was about 7:20 official, unofficial time digging that trench. Of course, I can't see the profile from here. I'll rely on Mr. Hageman for that. But he was 7:20 overall dig time.
Jason, I think everybody's going to be watching very closely here, our next operator. He's currently sitting in first place through 2 parts of the competition. We will not know the final until we name our winners here. They'll be coming up in the next half hour or so.
And Jeff, who is that climbing into the cab?
Oh yeah. From here in the United States, it's Matt Ferris. Got to see some red, white, and blue being waved just above the sustainability hub.
A modest flag, really. Small but mighty.
That's right. But there are many of them, as you said, Mike. And how do you like the big heads? I like the big heads.
I do like the big head. Mike wants one.
I would like one, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe one made for Mike next time.
All right. If you make one for me, just add a few more follicles on the top of my head, if you don't mind. All right, you hear the horn honk there? That means Matt Ferris is underway in the 3rd competition here today as part of the Global Operator Challenge. Matt joins us here from the United States and currently resides in first place through 2 rounds of the competition. Let's hear it for Matt as he makes his first cut.
Curious to see how he does here. I watched him compete at the North American Regionals in Clayton.
How'd he do?
He did pretty decent on his trench. We'll see if he can repeat something similar to that, or what his final grade accuracy will be, as well as his speed for the overall cut. If you remember in 2020, the profile we had them dig was a top half upside down. So they had to dig down a foot for 8 feet, drop a foot, dig down 2 feet for 8 feet, move up, and then dig a foot for 8 feet. This time we put the 25% slope into the front of it to show the true benefit of the Caterpillar 2D grade control system, that you can do depth and slope, all inside the cab with that monitoring system. He did his bench, he touched that orange dot out there, so that gave him 0, 0, 0 to the world, and knew that anything below that was his cut profiles. So he'll finish up his first 25% slope in that 8 feet. Again, there's multiple lines across there. The first line is start line. Second line is 8 feet. At the 12-foot mark, that's where the utility is located. So, and then the fourth mark is the final 8 feet depth at 0%. If you look at your left screen, we'll have a little recap of the Backhoe challenge that we did today. Challenge number 2, where they had to take the 420XE, cross a 4-foot wide by 14-foot long trench, move to the top of the berm out there, set up the backhoe, open up the CVA box, place in 3 filters, pack up the backhoe in transport mode, navigate back down the berm, cross the trench box, package up the machine, and park it. And the trench box crossing was a wild ride.
We had a little support with that design of that competition, correct, Jason?
We did. The Backhoe Challenge was consulted and tested and approved by the 2020 Global Operator Challenge, Joust Nigam. He came down to Peoria, Illinois, worked with the Backhoe Challenge team, the Edwards DIs, to put the final touches and his blessing on that particular challenge. And now that it's over, I can tell you Joust completed that challenge first time, unabated, in under 4 minutes.
Oh,
really?
So he broke the 4-minute barrier there.
It was close to the 4-minute mark, but he was under 4 minutes.
And he operates backhoes very regularly from the discussions I've had with him.
Yeah, his company, Industrial Services, uses a lot of backhoes. And the one advantage, you know, when you design something, your brain's already thinking about how you would tackle it.
Yeah.
You know, so before he got in the cab, he did have a little bit of thought process over, ooh, I'm going to do this like this and that like that. Ooh, look at that ball balance on there. Get it in the barrel, Matt.
Now he's ready to Yao Ming or Shaquille O'Neal dunk this thing in here, I think.
Nicely done.
Very nice.
The lights are still on.
I have to return all those basketballs to my local high school. I guess I got to buy a couple now, I guess.
I was not consulted, Jeff, regarding the protocols for this year's Backhoe Challenge. Had I been called, I might have said the trench, you know, is a great, it's a great device, but let's fill it with water and put some alligators in it. Take it up a notch, sell it to Discovery.
That would have made for an interesting trench crossing.
Sure. And of course, everybody competing would be naked and afraid as well.
Yeah, that's another tip I heard for next time. Mike wants to be consulted on the challenges, and Jeff and Mike are going to run head to head.
Yep.
I just don't think your stopwatch has enough time on it for me.
I got Wes, the professional stopwatch man, right next to me. He's coming too. He'll time you guys. He's got it down. He's my official, unofficial stopwatch master.
Well, if you like watching paint dry, you'll like watching me operate with heavy equipment.
You should write promos, Jeff.
I still love you, Mike.
I'm just jealous, man. All my life I grew up watching meteorologists in Baltimore, a guy named Bob Turk.
Yeah.
I just thought he had the best job in the world. He just hung out every night, and, talked about clouds and stuff. And everybody loved him. It was a great gig.
I always say it's a tough gig. News has already happened. You're reporting on something that's already happened. Whether you have to try to predict the future. Try to make my case for my meteorologist friends out there. There you hear it. The final honk there for Matt Paris at the 2022-23 Global Operator Challenge. He's giving it a second honk just to let everybody know. Maybe as a sign of appreciation.
You got your start on TV, Mike, on a different show than Dirty Jobs, did you not?
Oh, yeah. There were many before that. Many shows. QVC was probably the one year.
Yes, that's the one I was thinking of. QVC, the Home Shopping Network.
Fired 3 times from QVC in 3 years. Personal record.
How do they fire you 3 times? They fire you, hire you, fire you, hire you? How does that work?
Well, they fire you, and then people call in and say, hey, you know, he wasn't that bad. We kind of miss him, and they give you another shot, put you on double secret probation, and they just, you make fun of the products, and you kind of, I brought it on myself, honestly.
Yeah, they probably don't like that.
No.
How long did you do that before Dirty Jobs came about?
Well, that was back in 1990 to 93. I worked at QVC, so that was a good 10 years. Dirty Jobs started in 2003. So yeah. No, I learned everything I needed to learn. Selling stuff in the middle of the night on the QVC cable shopping channel. And obviously I didn't need to learn a lot. The first time I got fired, they gave me these unbreakable flatware, right? Like super sturdy stuff for outdoor picnicking. And the word unbreakable was actually in the description. This is 2 a.m. I'm just trying to kill time on live TV, and I took a couple of the unbreakable glasses and I set them up, and I put one of the unbreakable plates on top of the glasses, right? And then I stood on the unbreakable plate, snapped it right in half. Turns out it's breakable, right? So the people who made them didn't appreciate the demo.
Well, you saved everybody from false advertising.
That's how I looked at it, but still, I was invited to leave.
Finishing up our scoring on trench number 7, our expert DI has the excavator placed at the exact same spot in trench 8 as the other 7 trenches. Challenge team will finish up the scoring and we'll get operator number 8 into the cab. Ryan Neal and his team are consulting on Matt's grade and scoring.
Assume we got heating and air conditioning in the cab?
Yeah, the operators mentioned that too, like when they started with their dads or whatever, you know, it was an open cab, open rocks.
Yeah.
Now you got heat, you got air conditioning, you got heated seats, ventilated seats, air ride seats, you know, all the creature comforts. We talked about the 360 cameras. There was a 360 camera in that excavator as well, much like your cars or trucks. Backup cameras with object detection, give you different warnings and audible alarms. Again, to attract operators to that. That's their office for 8, 10, 12 hours a day. The more comfortable your machine is, the more they're going to want to run your machine for longer periods of time.
Got a radio? Sirius?
Sirius radio, AM, FM, CD,
really?
Bluetooth.
Jeez.
All right, Jeff, looks like we're set for our next one. They're verifying the control pattern in the units. ISO SAE control switched in the cab. Units, English, metric. And we'll be all set and ready to roll with them.
You bet. We've got 2 to go here. Our final 2 runs of the day as part of the Global Operator Challenge. Making his way into the cab for his 3rd and final run today is Łukasz Makrycki from Poland and Team Europe.
What's SAE stand for again?
Society of Automotive Engineers. That's just style of controls of which one does swing, bucket, boom, and arm.
I thought it was same as everywhere.
I'm sorry?
Same as everywhere, SAE.
All right, with that honk of the horn, that gets Łukasz Makrycki off and going in his 3rd and final competition today. Łukasz again comes from Poland. He's about ready to make his first cut into the dirt here. 15 years experience as an operator.
Some people refer to the controls as excavator style controls or backhoe style controls going back in history on how a backhoe control would operate compared to a hydraulic excavator. But they're ISO for excavator controls, SAE for backhoe type controls. It depends on what you grew up with and what you're more efficient at. Some people like the ISO, some like the SAE. So again, to not put one operator at an advantage or a disadvantage based on their control selection. That's one of the things Ryan Neal, the challenge lead's verifying in the cab of what control settings do you want, how do you want the machine to operate, and he sets that up so it's uniform for all the different operators. Didn't always have that. If you remember in 2020, we introduced our next gens at that particular time, and they didn't have the capability to do that inside the cab. From a customer requirement, we put that in there. We had Russ from Cashman Equipment and his son Cody, if you remember, come out, and they had to hook up a laptop and switch the control pattern there for our last competitor, Ben Sandy, in the 2020 Global Operator Challenge, because he liked backhoe controls in his excavator. But it's weird, if you're used to one type or style of control pattern, it's very difficult to do the other one. It's almost like you have to cross your arms or your brain has to work backwards.
That's probably like driving on the wrong side of the road, you know?
Yeah, it's like driving in Australia or something, yeah. It's a little weird, not as efficient. So we've eliminated that with the 315 Next Gen. That's all programmable and set up in the cab.
What's the most challenging country you've ever driven in?
Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for sheer pandemonium.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I've been to China a lot. We don't get to drive in China.
Yeah.
So, but traffic in Brazil and bumper to bumper cars next to each other, and then, you know, the motorcycles lane splitting at 70 miles an hour. That was stressful for me. That was intimidating to drive in Piracicaba, Brazil.
Yeah, I was in Sao Paulo. Same thing. You know what else is bad is, of all places, Bermuda, because they drive on the other side, but the cars are American, right? So you don't have, it's everything you're familiar with. Like when I'm in another country and I'm driving a car with the steering wheel on the other side, it's a constant reminder, don't go there, go there.
Right.
Not over there. And the roads are skinny and they're, you know, 1,000 ways to die.
It's kind of funny, Dick Mars is our market professional for wheel loaders out of Australia, and I've been down to visit him a couple times, and I always go to the wrong door. You know, he's driving, I go to the wrong door, and he's like, hey, mate, get to the other side.
Mate, I'll drive. Get out.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot.
I had the same situation the first time I visited Northern Ireland. I kept wanting to get in on the driver's side, I guess.
Makes left-hand turns interesting if you're not used to it.
Exciting.
All right, he's coming down to his last 8 feet of that cut. Cleaning up the side of the trench, making sure the material's set back, it doesn't flow in. That's all penalties and deducts. Checking that last profile cut. Off of our official unofficial, that was 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Nice.
That was a nice trench run. We'll wait for the team to tell us what his accuracy and final profile look like. We'll have Mr. Hageman turn off YouTube on his rover and get to measuring. I'm just kidding, he really can't get YouTube on that. You can get Google. I was making a joke about that the other day to him, and he says, no, I can get Google in there. I can get internet.
Let's give one more big round of applause here for Lukasz Makrinski. He's now finished with his 3 runs here at the Global Operator Challenge. A really strong finish for him here, it looks like, at the trench run.
What was the unofficial official on that one? 5:30.
5:30. Again, that's my one fan in my fan club right there.
That's all you need is one. As long as they have a Nielsen box.
Yeah, do they still do that, Mike?
Nielsen? Oh, yeah.
Nielsen rating?
Yeah.
Do they?
They have 4 or 5 different rating services now.
Huh.
Can't trust any of them. It's like the weather forecast, you know?
I was waiting for it.
He was. He literally put his head down and turned. He knew it was coming.
Unless you're number 1, right?
Doesn't mean that we don't love you, Jeff.
Hey, this has been fun today.
If you bring up rain one more time today, I'm going to be mad, though.
My forecast is sunny skies and beautiful temperatures for the rest of the week here at CONEXPO.
All right. I think that was Alex Lambert climbing out of the cab, putting that machine precisely in our final trench for the 2023 Global Operator Challenge Trench Run Challenge. So it's set up the exact same for our last operator as it was the previous 8. Ryan Neal, our challenge lead, climbing in the machine, verifying the control settings, measurement units, maintaining a nice 3 points of contact and facing the machine the entire time.
I noticed that.
Trips, slips, and falls.
Like a boss.
At least they changed up the music a little bit.
A little bit.
But you start to see folks filling back into the stadium here. It's great.
Don't say it.
Hey, no, I think it's great. They're ready to crown a champion.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say because something stopped.
No.
Yeah.
These operators are bringing them out today, I think.
They should. They're extremely talented 9 operators from around the world.
Been a long journey for them, starting at the local competition, through the regionals, here to the finals.
721 days, Jeff.
721 days. We're on our final run with Nick Thompson. Nick joins us from Australia, making his first cut in here with the 315 on the trench run. Good luck, Nick. This looks like it may be familiar territory if he's into civil construction, Jason. So
yeah, I was talking to him the other day. He said he likes the excavators the best, that he's feels most comfortable in the excavator. That's what they use most on their job site, different sizes. But he feels at home in this, so hopefully he has a pretty good run at it.
Jason, I feel like the operators of all the competitions, this is the competition they listen to your advice the most, right? Slow is fast, fast is slow. Because you don't see them rushing through this, but they're moving very quickly through it.
Well, you have to be a little bit slow because the machine's helping you know where you're at on depth and slope. And 1/10 of a foot, that's about an inch, 25 millimeters. It's not a lot. So if you're herky-jerky and blowing through it, you're going to be way off on accuracy and way off on grade, and you won't be able to recover. So they're slow on the controls on purpose because they're using the grade control system to expertly cut the profile that we've given them for that particular trench.
And they're doing so in really good times, it seems like. So
yeah, the last one was 5:30. We had a couple 6 minutes unofficial official times. So I think he knows the utility's there. He's going to go get it, and then he'll come back and finish the front portion to get that grade back down to 0.
Yeah, why I haven't seen anybody do it that way.
I'm not in his head, but looking from here, that's what I'm guessing. He's looking to pick that utility out first and then come back and do his grade and profiles because he knows it's there.
No, it's because he's Australian.
Could be as well.
Everything a little backwards, right?
as we found out today, there's a lot of different ways to do the same job.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun and interesting, you know. 9 operators, they all had 9 different approaches, 9 different plans of attack, all to get the same thing done. It's interesting to watch. I think he really wants to save my basketball to return to the high school. I'm not sure.
Oh, he's being very gentle.
They're always swinging to the cab side, which is important. You never want to swing to the blind side or avoid swinging to the blind side as possible. Even with the technology that we have, the 360 cameras, you always want to swing to where you can see the operator of a truck can see you, you can see the operator of a truck, ground personnel, etc. Another little safety thing we watch for, and we'll deduct points if they swing to the blind side in an excavation exercise.
Have we seen him get the utility yet, Jason?
Mike and I just saw him uncover the utility intact.
Nice.
Intact. Oh, and it's in.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. The lights have stayed on for Las Vegas. That's important here in Vegas.
Yeah, hitting an underground utility, especially you think of some of the new fiber optics or power to the Las Vegas Strip or something like that. That downtime's measured in minutes. You know, it's X dollars per minute for that cut utility. You know, Mike mentioned earlier he's doing a lot of work with 811. It's always good to get your utilities located like we did here. Again, no surprises. We located the utility for them, so they knew it was somewhere in that area.
People don't think about it, but it's millions and millions of pipes, gas, or fiber optics, or sewer line. I mean, it's just, it's an unseen world, and it's dense as can be.
It is, and think of the miles and miles of utilities that were never located when they were put in. You know, the old water lines or the old sewer lines in some cities, they didn't even think to locate them when they put them in.
Right. They're still there.
Still there.
A lot of infrastructure that's going on all around the world. A lot of infrastructure bills passed in the past couple of years. It's good to see those investments being made.
A lot of conversation on what infrastructure is.
Mike, you didn't need to go there.
I thought I knew what it was, Jeff. Turns out it's a lot of things, I guess.
There you go, the final horn of the day.
Not bad.
That brings to a close our Global Operator Challenge.
6.5 minutes, give or take.
Nice run.
So you doing it back of the envelope? Who do you like at this point?
I don't know. It all came down to the last challenge. I think as you saw between challenge one and...
Let's give it up for Nick Thompson from Australia, our final operator to compete here today at the Global Operator Challenge.
We saw the scoreboard significantly change between challenge 1 and challenge 2, so it'll be interesting to see if it changed from 1, 2 to 3. And I'll let you know that in a few minutes, Mike.
So we make an announcement when it's 3:15 now, 3:16.
Yeah, we'll make an announcement for the award ceremony. We'll see when they get the stage set up and get all of our awards moved. I have to go 3:45 awards, Mike. 3:45.
3:45. Good.
All right, guys, that wraps up our third and final competition of the day. What a tremendous display of skill and precision under pressure we saw here at CAT Operator Stadium today. I hope you were able to enjoy it as much as I did. Now it's up to our judges to continue tabulating those final numbers, and we'll come back to you in about 30 minutes or so here with our winners and the final results of today and the Global Operator Challenge. Now, until then, we have some videos here from Caterpillar, so take some time, find your seat, check out what we have here at CAT Operator Stadium. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our award ceremony.
Hi everyone, I'm Rutledge Wood. At ConExpo, I'll be hosting the Cat Trivia Showdown between a few lucky attendees and Caterpillar's very own operators. We hope to see you there. And who knows, you may be selected to show off your trivia chops. Hi everyone, I'm Rutledge Wood. At ConExpo, I'll be hosting the Cat Trivia Showdown between a few lucky attendees and Caterpillar's very own operators. We hope to see you there. And who knows, you may be selected to show off your trivia chops.
All right, we're just about ready to start our award ceremony, so grab a seat or grab a spot around Operator Stadium. As well, if you're joining us online, stay in front of that screen. We're going to get started with our award ceremony here for the Global Operator Challenge in just a minute. So stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CAT Operator Stadium. My name is Jeff Muniz, your official host here for Operator Stadium today. Thanks for coming out and joining us for the 2023 Caterpillar Global Operator Challenge Finals. We are just moments away from announcing the winners for each challenge, our regional team winner, and of course, our new world champion of the CAT Global Operator Challenge. Who's ready? We've had some amazing fans who have stuck with us through the rain today here in what is usually sunny Las Vegas. But hey, it just adds to the challenge of the Global Operator Challenge to get a little bit of raindrops on us. So you've been with us all day here in the stadium. You've joined us online. We can't thank you enough. Up on stage here with me, I am joined by Caterpillar CEO Jim Appleby, Caterpillar Construction Industries Group President Tony Facino, and your Operator Challenge host, Jason Hurtis and Mike Rowe. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right, Tony, you ready to kick things off for this award ceremony?
I'm ready, Jeff. Thank you. And I'd say the same thing. The audience out there, did you have fun today? All right, thanks for coming out. Nothing like a little day in the dirt. Or maybe there's a little bit of mud out there today. I'm not too sure, but we love it either way, right? And I know these operators love it too. And I have to praise them for a second here, right? The 9 greatest operators in the world out there, precision, detail, control, they did it safely and they did a fantastic job today. And really what they do here is they highlight the industry, they highlight operators all around the world. And I know there's people watching all around the world, your friends, families, other folks in the industry, and it's an important part of the business. It's something that we honor and cherish every day because you're so valuable to us. So valuable because you make the equipment do work and you put it to work every day all over the world. So thank you for all of that. The industry is important to us, you're important to us, and we love the work that you do every day because you get it done. You build a better, more sustainable world every day. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Jeff.
All right, thanks, Tony, and thanks for reminding us really the reason why we're here today and why we call this CAT Operator Stadium. And that's why we'll kick off this award ceremony with recognizing each participant who competed today. This award really is to say thank you for being here today, being a part of all the long hours it took to get here. It's just a tremendous accomplishment getting here to the grand stage, CONEXPO, Las Vegas, for the Global Operator Challenge Finals. First, let's take a look at this video. Now let's recognize our final 9 competitors from the Global Operator Challenge. As I announce your name, please come forward to accept your award for competing today. We'll start off with Team Asia Pacific. From Australia, Patrick Dottie. From Japan, Masato Imai. And our final participant from Team Asia Pacific, from Australia, Nick Thompson. Now let's meet our participants from Team Europe, starting with Sebastian Baer from Germany. From Sweden, Pontus Eriksson. And our final participant from Team Europe, from Poland, Łukasz Makrynski. Now let's meet our 3 participants from Team America, starting with our competitor from Brazil, Fernando Nascimento. Right here from the United States, let's introduce you to Matt Ferris. And our final operator for Team America, from the United States, John Shedak. Fans, let's hear it one more time for our 9 finalists here at the Global Operator Challenge. Now the man who has the rest of the awards for today is Jason Hurtis. Jason, I'm sending it to you.
We'll start with the challenge awards. The first one we're going to give out is for the wheel loader challenge that started about 9:30 this morning. They had to haul 2 bucket loads of material to the truck. I'm sure you guys thought that's the boring part. Then they had to load the tree into the trunk. That was a little bit more difficult part. So the winner of the wheel loader challenge is Patrick Donnie from Australia with a time of 8:45. Congratulations. We'll move to our second challenge. That was the Backhoe challenge, where you had to cross the nasty trench. Open the CVA box and load some filters in there. The winner of the Backhoe challenge is John Shedak from the United States with a time of 5:46. Congratulations. We'll move to our last challenge, which was the Excavator challenge, using the 315 Next Gen with 2D grade control to dig a profiled trench, not break my basketballs, and put them into a barrel. The winner of the Excavator challenge is Łukasz Mazinski from Poland with a time of 7:53. Congratulations. Our next award is a team award. A lot of people ask in the Global Operator Challenge, you're recognizing individuals, the best in the world. Why do you waste your time doing a team award? Because every one of these operators will tell you they work as a team every day. They work with labelers, they got managers, they got supervisors, so we recognize them for working as a team as well. For the 2023 Global Operator Challenge, the winning team is Team America's Fernando Macedo from Brazil with an average time of 31:17. John Scheidek and Matt Ferris. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, now we're moving into placements. We'll start with third place. So the third place overall winner, that's the operator with the third lowest time across all three challenges today. Third place winner is Lukas Mazinski from Poland with a total time of 32:14. Now we'll move into second place. The operator with the second place lowest overall time with a total combined time of 27 minutes and 35 seconds, Matt Pradaferis from the United States. Congratulations. For our first place award and grand champion, I'll turn it over to Tony Facino.
Okay. This is what you've all been waiting for. First place finisher for the Caterpillar 2023 Global Operator Challenge. Drum roll, please.
Right here.
And the winner is Patrick Donnie.
Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our event for today. Let's hear it just one more time for these 9 amazing operators and their performance today. Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to you all. We also want to say a big thank you to our judges, our support team, our production crew has been with us throughout today. We could not have put this on without all of you. And to the fans, especially the fans who joined us in the stands, all those who joined us online, thank you so much for taking in the show today. And don't forget, we have some amazing machine and technology demos all week long here at CONEXPO. And we want to see you here every day at Operator Stadium. So thanks again for being part of Caterpillar's 2023 Global Operator Challenge. Have a great rest of your day and have a safe day.
That's a wrap. Thanks to everyone who joined us for the Global Operator Challenge. Come back tomorrow for a full day of demos and a few surprises. The show kicks off at 10 a.m. sharp.